of the indigenous land, which is already been granted to the indigenous people. So we are here today to stand with APIBI and reorganizing this protest. It's a coalition of groups. I'm from Brazil Matters. We have Survival International, Greenpeace, CAPO, and Amazon Rebellion. So thanks everyone for being here. We're going to have a series of speeches. We're going to have performance, drumming. We're going to read a statement from APIBI a bit later on. And thanks all for being here. And we're here standing with APIBI. It's very important that we're here today.
Say something about the destruction of the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah, so you know why do we have to stand with indigenous peoples? Because they are the frontline defenders of the Amazon rainforest. The Amazon has recently reached tipping point. We don't know if that's reversible. We know that the fires in the Amazon, in Pantanal, in other biomes in Brazil, it's all been destructive. The government of Bolsonaro has an anti-indigenous agenda. They have their lands, indigenous chiefs promoting the invasion of indigenous lands. Yeah, loggers, ranchers, miners. So they are the front line defenders of the Amazon. And that's why we need to support them, because when we talk about climate change, we know that they are the people who are there at the front protecting the Amazon rainforest. Thank you. So just one more thing. Just one more thing. We're going to be reading a statement from APIBI later, and we also have several quotes from indigenous people in Brazil. We want different people to read quotes. So if anyone is up for reading one of these quotes later, come and talk to me or Sarah. Thank you. Does anyone want to read a quote?
Okay, honest is going to do something. So if you listen to the statement, I don't know.
Hi everyone, I'm outside in Intersex. I just posted out building a massive trail with
Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Good morning. We're in central London for day 3 of the Impossible Rebellion, Extinction's Rebellion, and we're at Cockspur Street near Trafalgar Square in front of the Brazilian embassy, where there's an action that's been planned to highlight many problems having to do with Brazil, but in particular the plight of the indigenous people of Brazil, the indigenous tribes that are being threatened by rainforest destruction. Today, a little bit later, Money Rebellion, which is an offshoot of Extinction Rebellion, is going to present a special award to the Department of International Trade. It's a Charters Award. Sorry, there's no sort of supermodel gowns and bow ties at this one. This one is an ironic award which is presented to those who are making an outstandingly awful contribution to climate change and the destruction of the planet. Last year, it was presented to the World Bank, accusing them of hypocrisy for failing to honor its own climate pledges. So that's going to happen a little bit later, but it does actually involve Brazil in that at the moment the Department for International Trade is treating Brazil as a friendly future trading partner, and which is effectively, it's effectively condoning more destruction of the rainforest, human rights abuses, and also the threatening of the lives of the indigenous people of Brazil. So people we're moving down now in front of the embassy, which is a very difficult situation here, very narrow. We've had to stop the traffic basically to do it. We're going to hear some speeches. We've got some representatives of the indigenous communities here with us today. It's actually very shocking to have learned this just recently, that the Amazon rainforest, which has been the lungs of our world for so long, has now been so degraded that it is a carbon emitter rather than a carbon sink. So it's not absorbing as many emissions as it is producing, and it's not surprising when our television screens are filled with horrific images of the Amazon rainforest burning. We're going to go a little bit closer. Of course, this is one of our themes this week, is Stop the Harm. That applies to any form of harm, any form of ecocide that's being perpetrated on the planet by vested interests that are only interested in profiting from the situation. But in the case of Brazil, it's particularly worrying. We've got someone who's in charge of Brazil, whose allies have taken over both houses of their parliament, basically, and Bolsonaro, President Bolsonaro, he can do whatever he likes, more or less, and He says he's going to make logging in the Amazon rainforest illegal, but we're uncertain whether that means whether he's going to make it legal instead, so that the devastation can continue. There's a lot of support has emerged just over the last 10 or 15 minutes from all directions. And we all know about the rainforest being destroyed, but the indigenous rights issue has become very important in the last, say, 5 or 10 years. And all around the world, there are so many climate activists from tribal areas that are being murdered for standing up for their land and the right to exist on their land in the way they always have done. So we'll have representatives here from the other side. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's survival, which is the which is one of the main groups that is trying to ensure the rights of indigenous people all around the world. Okay, we've got a police presence moving us back off the pavement into the road of all things. Can you imagine? Normally it's the other way around. This is one of our rallying cries at XR. What do we want? Climate justice. Not many people are aware what climate justice means. It means that our selfishness in the rich nations is actually affecting people in the global south and elsewhere through our consumerism, the way that we extract things that we need from countries far away and affect their economies, their ways of life, in particular the traditional ways of life. We're basically raping the planet for our own comfort. It's so far away, it's not in the minds of most people, but climate justice is there to ensure that everyone's needs are considered in the future and now, of course. But in some cases, as you can see from today, that's not likely to happen anytime very soon with certain people in charge. Okay, so we've got to let some traffic through. I think a bit hemmed in here. It might take some time for people to kind of regroup and adjust how they're going to carry out this action today. And this is very, very true, this sign. The indigenous people are the best conservationists and guardians of the natural world. They have been doing it for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Humans, Homo sapiens, has been in his and her present form on the planet for about 40,000 years. And the early humans were absolutely masters of their environment. They managed to survive ice ages up into the present. I don't know. It's interesting to note that some of our human cousins, such as Homo neanderthalensis, a Neanderthal man and woman, existed for 300,000 years before they disappeared. And look what a mess we've made of it. We're not even living in a harsh ice age climate, but we might actually make ourselves extinct in just over 40,000. It's absolutely terrifying, and we are such are clever people. This is why we are what we are now, but we don't seem to be able to turn ourselves around and benefit the people of the future. Oh dear. Okay, we've got members of the Faith Bridge here today. Very important components of XR, Extinction Rebellion. People of all faiths coming together to say that enough is enough. We must preserve life. Okay, I'm sorry there's not a lot of interest to watch at the moment. We're split into two halves here. It's chaotic. We have plans to move on from here to other locations to highlight the awards ceremony of Money Rebellion, but that's a little bit later. Would anybody be willing to talk on camera about today? I'm an XR live streamer. Oh, right. Would anybody be happy to talk on camera with Extinction Rebellion live stream? I'm with Extinction Rebellion live stream. Would you like to talk a bit about today while you're here?
Well, why don't you get better? I'm happy to do that. Yeah. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, can you hang on just a minute? I'm going to make my director aware.
Maybe it should be the young rather than the old. I'm very happy to speak, but
Yes. Well, if someone wants to come forward, that's fine. But I'm very happy to speak with you. So,
well, there's the best.
so I'm just waiting. But I've got a gentleman here from Faith Bridge who would like to say a few words about why he came here today. Would you like to explain why Faith Bridge came along to support this action today?
I'm a retired physician, and the ecological and climate crisis is an existential threat to the health of both individuals and the planet. And as a physician, I have a responsibility for the health of both the planet and people. I'm exercising my responsibility. I recognize that most people are aware of this, but I'm really concerned that neither the government nor the corporations are in any way stepping up to the mark. We still invest 20% of investment in fossil fuels comes from the city, and the government, although we have the Climate Act from 2008, even Lord Debden, the chairman of that, recognises that the implementation of everything we've said is not going to happen. So I'm here to put pressure on both the corporates, obviously the Brazilians, and the government to really act in accordance with the tragedy which could unfold if we don't do anything.
And what are your thoughts about the human element of this as well, with regards to the tribal people that are threatened?
If we're going to resolve climate change, it has to be in an equitable way. And equity requires all of us to live more in accordance with the way that indigenous people live. And we need to learn from them, and never done so. But in addition to that, we have to ensure that any framework for the resolution of climate change has equity built in. I'm in favour of a framework called contraction and convergence, which enables the rich people, us, who have been responsible for this, to reduce much more rapidly their carbon, and those who haven't been responsible, indigenous people and many other people in the evolving world, they need to be compensated for the dreadful mess we put them in.
Yes, and you think that ought to be done now, obviously. I think
It should have been done 30 years ago.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We knew about the indigenous matters then too, I should point
We
out.
knew, we health professionals have been talking about this since 1989.
Yes.
And the fact that nothing's happened is a disgrace.
Yes.
And we all need to stand up and do much more than we're doing now.
Yes.
Which is why I and many others like me would be here and supporting XR, and indeed any other group who tries to put pressure on the political process.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time today and your thoughts.
Okay, no problem.
Hey, you can hear another of our famous trans powers.
Hi, everybody. My name is Julia Steinberger. I'm really happy to be able to just say a few words in support of Extinction Rebellion's actions, the impossible, the Demand the Impossible rebellion that's happening in London right now. So I'm speaking from Switzerland. I just want to say the world is watching. You're part of an absolutely beautiful international movement. There are lots of actions being planned here as well, not exactly at the same time. Really people are paying attention to what's happening. And I'm academic. I research on the social science side of climate change. I'm an IPCC lead author, although I'm not speaking as an IPCC lead author right this second, obviously. I can't do that. But I just want to say that there is an incredible amount of support for what you're doing, and there is basically no more important role right now than being an activist for the climate and ecological emergencies and trying to stop the devastation that's happening all around us. We are facing not just a technical challenge, a social challenge, a political challenge, an economic challenge. We're basically facing a monstrous machine that is preventing us from achieving a possible and better world, and also a world that we can simply live in and that other species can survive in. So what you're doing, what Extinction Rebellion is doing, what we do as activists is going up against that machine and exposing it for what it is. And the financial sector is a huge part of this. It's a part of this system that's really very much intent on continuing business as usual, continuing to extract fossil fuels, to burn them, to deforest, to continue animal-based agriculture and animal-based diets, to continue profits at all costs, going up against human rights and committing ecocide around the world. And we really need to confront that machine for what it is and to stop it in its tracks. And that's what Extinction Rebellion is doing. In my research, we can model the energy that we need to live well. We can understand what kinds of countries and societies would allow people to reach that state, would allow people to live well around the world at lower resource use. It involves being equitable. It involves democracy. So citizens' assemblies are definitely a model for the future. It involves, efficient technologies, sure. It involves excellent, affordable, or even free public services for everybody. So it involves lots of things that are completely achievable. What it is contradictory with is extractivism and economic growth past a certain level. And this is stuff that we can see in the data. We can see it in our research. Yesterday, Kate Rayworth was talking to you. So basically, this is definitely part of donut economics in terms of what it takes to get into the donut, what it takes to live well within planetary boundaries. And the work of Extinction Rebellion is allowing us to get there. The work of climate and ecological activists is the pathway to exposing government hypocrisy, to exposing collusion and corruption with profitable industries against the interests of everybody alive on the planet now and in the future. And we can get there, we must get there, but it's involving a fight. It involves a struggle. This is not something where people in power are just going to suddenly understand what they've been doing wrong and, sort of have a come to Jesus moment. That's not the way this is going to work, unfortunately. It's really a struggle until we get there. And even then, we'll probably have to keep struggling to maintain it. So being an activist is the most important thing that anybody can do right this second on planet Earth. And I just want to thank all the beautiful rebels. I really wish I could be with you on the streets right now. And I intend to do quite a bit of that in the near future in Switzerland as well. So thank you very much. And I really hope we can make it. You're doing exactly the right thing. Thank you.
And it's a genocidal manipulation of the Brazilian constitution pushed by the Brazilian government and by agribusiness in Brazil, whose aim is to steal indigenous people's territories. Today is a historic day. The Supreme Court will start voting, it's due to start voting at 1 p.m. Brazil time, which is 5 p.m. here, on this time limit trick, the marco temporal. The future of hundreds of indigenous territories across the country is at stake. The future of hundreds of thousands of indigenous people's lives is at stake. Whole uncontacted tribes could be wiped out by this time limit trick. So it's a really important moment. This is a pivotal moment in the history of indigenous rights in Brazil, and it's crucial for the conservation also of Brazil's forests. Many indigenous peoples in Brazil, as I'm saying, are at risk from the time limit trick. They include the Xocleng. As Ali was saying earlier, the Xocleng, their case is being ruled on today by the Supreme Court, and the decision the Supreme Court makes in that particular case is going to be used to determine all future similar cases. The Guarani people in Mato Grosso do Sul and other parts of the country as well, nearly all of their land has already been stolen from them for agribusiness to make way for soya, sugarcane, cattle, and more. Their land was stolen from them decades ago. The time limit trick says that if indigenous peoples weren't on their territories or can't prove that they were on their territories on the 5th of October 1988, which was the date of the signing, coming into force of the current Brazilian constitution, then they no longer have the right to that land. That is clearly illegal. that is clearly part of the genocidal intentions of the Brazilian government, and is one of a whole series of proposals, constitutional amendments, bills, actions by the Bolsonaro government to try to steal indigenous people's lands. Uncontacted tribes, the most vulnerable peoples on the planet, in many cases there is no confirmation, there is no proof of exactly where they were on the 5th of October 1988, because they were living nomadic lives. They were fleeing from violence, from massacres that nearly wiped out their peoples. When their lands are protected, they can survive and thrive. When their lands are stolen, when their lands are stolen, they can be wiped out altogether. The time limit trick is extremely dangerous for uncontacted tribes. So indigenous peoples across Brazil are saying no to the time limit trick. Marco temporal, now! Marco temporal, now! Marco temporal, now! Marco temporal, now! No to the time limit trick! 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 Indigenous rights now! 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 Demarcação já! Demarcação já! Demarcação já! Demarcação is demarcation. It's the process the Brazilian government uses to officially map out and protect indigenous peoples' territories, without which they can't survive. Demarcação já! Demarcation.
Oops, sorry.
Demarcação já! Demarcação já! Demarcação já!
I'm in a very, very
Oh, sorry, sorry. Oh, right, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, thanks for that. I want.
Against the marco temporal, against the time limit trick. Yesterday they held a vigil outside the Supreme Court. Today they'll hold another vigil outside the Supreme Court. They won't stop fighting for their rights, neither will we. We've been here for decades and we won't stop. Social media today, we invite you to tag APIB, the Association of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, APIB Oficial on social media, and to use the hashtag Luta pela Vida, Luta pela Vida, that means struggle for life. That's the name of the action, the global action that APIB is leading this week and that we are part of here today. Another hashtag, Marco Temporal now. You can see on some of the placards. Another hashtag, indigenous emergency, and another one, stop Brazil's genocide. Indigenous rights now! Indigenous rights now! Indigenous rights now! Indigenous rights now! Soon we're going to be reading some quotes from indigenous people. If anybody would like to read out a quote, can you make yourselves known? Can you make yourselves known, and we will hand out the slips here for people to read out. Actually, let's do that. Let's do that now. If anyone needs Portuguese, Priscilla can help.
The Supreme Court must understand that what happens after this vote is in their hands. If they approve the time limit trick proposal, it will be genocide.
That was a quote by Alice Patachon, an indigenous leader from Brazil, from indigenous people in Brazil called the Patachon people. Em português, o STF precisa entender que é a sua responsabilidade o que acontece com as vidas indígenas após essa votação. Aprovar o marco temporal é uma sentença de genocídio. In English is, the Supreme Court must understand that what happens after this vote is in their hands. If they approve the time limit trick proposal, it would be genocide. Today, this vote starts in Brazil. This is a landmark case. This will make a huge change in indigenous lives and lands in Brazil. We need to stop the time limit trick, and that's why we are here. And if you want to defend the Amazon, if you want to defend the rainforest, you need to defend indigenous rights, and you need to fight for the demarcation of indigenous land in Brazil. Demarcação? Não! Demarcação? Não! The time limit trick proposal is genocidal. Civil society must take action alongside us. Indigenous peoples, because indigenous territories allow the world to breathe. And we're all desperate for this to happen. We're thinking about our children and our children's children. And I hope more. I just hope everyone is listening, the police, people walking by, carrying on a normal life and not looking at these things as finished. We've got to think about these things now. Yay. This was a call from Minas Gerais, the center of Brazil. In Portuguese it says, o marco temporal é genocida. A sociedade precisa se mobilizar junto de nós, povos indígenas, tendo em vista que são os territórios indígenas que sustentam a respiração do mundo. I'm gonna read once again in English. The time limit trick proposal is genocidal. Civil society must take action alongside us, indigenous peoples, because indigenous territories allow the world to breathe.
This quote is from Marcia Candeva. Those who are doing the most in this time frame proposal are the agribusiness lobby and the land grabbers who invade and destroy our land. We can't let that happen. So shout, Marco Temporal, no, and defend the environment.
Ok, and that quote in Português. Os maiores beneficiados com o marco temporal são os ruralistas e grileiros que invadem e destroem nossas terras. Não podemos deixar que isso aconteça. Por isso, seja marco temporal. To read it in English again. Those who will gain the most from the time frame proposal are the agribusiness lobby and the land grabbers who invade and destroy our lands. We can't let that happen. So, shout, marco temporal, no! Does anyone else want to read one?
Would anyone else like to read a quote? Yeah, come forward.
This is by Davi Yanomani. Bolsonaro quer o ouro da nossa terra, mas isso é como tirar o nosso sangue. Ele acha que o ouro how high. Bolsonaro wants the gold from our land, but this is like taking our blood. He thinks gold will make him more powerful than he won't.
Anyone else want to read a quote?
We all should be shouting with our arms up in the air today.
Anyone? You want to read? Yeah.
I want to ask the people around the world to try and understand our way of life, our hunting, singing, culture, languages. We have the right to live in peace. Feel free to come and go in the place that is ours, in our forests. Without our forest, we will not survive. This quote powerful quote from Kailaki, the Netehara of the Amazon Guardian. Em português, it says: eu quero pedir para quem estiver lendo, o mundo inteiro, que se sensibilizem com o nosso modo de vida, porque é esse o nosso jeito de caçada, de cantoria, nossa cultura, nossa própria língua. Temos o direito de viver em paz, livres, de andar, de ir e vir dentro do que é nosso, dentro da nossa floresta. Sem ela, não sobreviveremos. Demarcação já! Já! Demarcação já! Now! Indigenous rights now! Now!
Okay, you white people must understand the rights of the people of the forest. I am not negotiating land or gold. I'm fighting for our rights. I'm fighting for peace for the people of the forest. No more genocide. Enough is enough. This quote is from Dario Yanomami, who live in Roraima, the north of Brazil. They are having their lands invaded by illegal miners who are destroying their land. They are partying with organized crime in the north of Brazil. They have heavily armed illegal miners with support from local politicians in that state who are invading and destroying the Yanomami land. The Yanomami have been the victims of a massacre in 1983, and it's a story repeating itself. So, demarcação já! Miners out! Mineração fora!
Bolsonaro!
Bolsonaro out!
Bolsonaro!
Out!
Bolsonaro! Out! Bolsonaro! Out! Bolsonaro! Out!
Say, fora Bolsonaro, genocida! Fora Bolsonaro!
Para Bolsonaro, genocida! Para Bolsonaro, genocida! Para Bolsonaro, genocida! Para Bolsonaro, genocida! Para
Bolsonaro, genocida!
Para Bolsonaro, genocida! Para Bolsonaro, genocida!
Okay, so now we contacted the Brazilian embassy because the organizations here study with a PB wanted to hand in a letter to the Brazilian government, to the inside the embassy here, and they've refused to come out to see us. So they've asked us to send it by email. We never get any reply from them anyway. And if you just send an email, that's just gonna get lost. So we are gonna try now and go to the entrance of the embassy to hand in these letters.
made a letter. This is going to be given now. They refused to come out and meet us. So we had to send it by email. So this is just a pretend. So they didn't want to come out and meet us here. I'm just going to have Marvina here saying something that she feels is necessary. This event was called by a PB. So we're following the protocol of what they want us to do, raising and reading the voices from different groups from Brazil. We're going to have a group talking about the Yanomami. We're going to have some guests from the Honey Queen community and really sharing the space with indigenous voices. But Marvina wanted to say something about the Black Lives Matter in Brazil. Thank you so much.
So what's very important that we need to talk about is the racism in Brazil for the Black Brazilians. While we talk about the indigenous people, Black Brazilians have been treated less than humans. Black Brazilians are facing the same things that we are facing when it comes to institutional racism. For a group of people who were stolen from their lands and taken to Brazil, and their voice till today is not listened to. The fact that colorism still plays a part. We need to make sure, as allies, you stand also with Black Brazilians, because their life matters too. As we stand with the indigenous people, from United for Black Lives, we stand with Black Brazilians all day, every day. We stand with the indigenous rights. But climate justice is what we should be doing. The injustice of one affects us all. We need to stand united when we talk. We need to make sure it's not about just coming to the protest. What are you going to do after this? What campaigns are you going to support? Are you going to donate to the right causes? Are you going to make sure you are an ally that gives back to the indigenous people, an ally that makes sure that they can campaign to say Black Brazilians' lives matter, an ally that takes sure that the environment, the Amazon, stays beautiful, stays intact, because Mother Earth needs all of us to act, and if not, we lose one of the few gems of what we have. We don't want no more capitalism. We want us to look at people over profits. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. To update you, we're trying to hand in a letter to the Brazilian embassy. Several letters actually from several different organizations asking for demarcation from temporal now. That's what's going on over there. If any photographers want to go along over there, we're attempting to hand in some letters to the embassy now. Okay, me again. Me again. Please, can we have some placards standing around the delegation over there that's trying to hand in a letter? Can we go as soon as possible, please? Placards and photographers, we're about to hand in a letter at the door. Speaking with another rebel, really would like to know what the motivation is to be here today to support this action.
Yeah, so I was actually going to go home today, and then I remembered that this action was happening outside the Brazilian embassy. And what's happening to the Amazon is completely unacceptable. The indigenous people there are being thrown off their lands, and right now there's a law that they're about to enact, which would make it feasible to go furthermore into the lands, and the indigenous peoples there who've lost so much already are facing tremendous difficulty on the level of genocide. So what they're doing here now is there's a letter from the APIB, which is a group of indigenous organizations in the Amazon, sending it to the Brazilian embassy, who are turning a blind eye, not even coming down to accept it.
And do you hold out any hope of, in the present circumstances, with the way Bolsonaro is in charge of the country, or apparently there may be some political change before too long, which might help?
Well, I think it's hard from his past to see that he would ever change, but if enough pressure is brought on him by international governments, there would be nothing he could do. If the big powers of the world decided to do what's right, which they say they are planning to do, like they've got big promises for COP. I mean, we're in the UK now, but Boris Johnson is forever talking about his amazing commitments for COP26. Surely to bring pressure on Bolsonaro to protect the Amazon and the people of the Amazon would be the smallest thing that we could do.
Especially as they're just about to try to negotiate a trade deal with them, with Brazil.
The UK is.
Yes, indeed.
It's unspeakable how they. I mean, the double standards and the greenwashing is sickening. Really.
Yes.
Every time we look into anything, we see that the government of the UK is not serious.
Well, the US and Europe have both delayed their trade deals with Brazil because of its poor environmental record, but yet we're plowing ahead. So
that just says it all, doesn't it? And also we hear that they're planning on an oil field near the Shetland Isles or something.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, just not taking it seriously.
On another level, even having a trade deal with Brazil is also a disaster in terms of global emissions, wouldn't you say, because it is so incredibly far away and things would have to get to us from that distance? So on a lot of levels, it's troubling.
I mean, if we let the Amazon go, what are we thinking? It's madness. Yeah. And we've recently learned that lots of the Amazon is emitting more CO2 already than it is absorbing. Yeah, but this today it's about the indigenous people upon whom ecocide, genocide is being committed.
Yes. Yeah. I learned something a little while back about how the rainforest that seems to be impenetrable and only the native people live there now was once they've done some kind of LiDAR survey and found that there used to be many settlements within those forests, and so those people have occupied that place for an incredibly long period of time,
generation. I mean, like thousands of years.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a well-known fact that they look after the land in a beautiful way. Not just in the Amazon, but also in Africa. We see the same thing happening in the Congo Basin and down in Namibia, where these things are also threatened by big business that are ridiculously trying to carry on in the same way that we know cannot go on.
I know, and it seems there's probably a lot we could learn from them. If we have to stay technical as a society, there's probably a lot of low-tech solutions that they still have, which we've forgotten, that we could draw upon.
Indeed.
Yes. So I suppose there's a little bit of hope, but we need lots of more people too.
We need more people.
Yes,
we
do.
If enough people were on the streets today, our government would have no choice but to do it.
Yes, indeed. What would you say to people who have watched this today? Obviously you would encourage them to join us?
Yeah, I think there are just so many people who feel that something has to be done. And what I just say to them is, yes, something has to be done. And just come out and talk to XR and talk to many other groups out on the streets and see what you can also do. It could be a small thing, it could be a big thing, but yes, for definite stand up. Otherwise, we let things go the way they are, and that would be disaster.
Thank you very much for your thoughts today. Very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
So we included the indigenous part of the Amazon. And as usual, the drops.
I know, I did try, but better than the Tesco bit. Oh, thank you very much. All of them. You've always wanted this post, haven't you? You've got bad benefits. That's alright, you know, I can only do what they'd expect of that side of it. I think you can understand their sort of different ways. Well, you remember as well, you've got people who are security guards, you know, not decision makers. To continue with our live stream, we just want to know what happened in the end.
Sorry?
What happened with the letters in the end?
So they didn't want to receive us, not even me, the president. So they asked the policeman to make the letters.
Hi, so we're here at the Brazilian Embassy. Tell us what's going on and what area you're concerned about.
Right, my name is Hilton Phillipson. I'm chairman of Global Canopy, and we have an initiative called Trace, which is involved in delivering transparency to international supply chains. And whatever we do in this country, in terms of going electric or hitting net zero or whatever, if we continue to lose the Amazon at the rate that we are doing, we will look back and say we won some skirmishes, but we lost the war. Saving the Amazon is an absolutely vital part of the jigsaw of combating climate change. Tragically, I'm afraid the Amazon has recently gone past the tipping point of being a net emitter of CO2 rather than a store and a sequester of CO2. So this really is part of the climate emergency, and I would urge everybody to put the Amazon at the forefront of any international agenda, be it the G7, be it the G20, be it the COP coming up in Glasgow in November. This really is vital for all of our futures.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I did send a paper back.
That was Ace. Who's next? I'm going to the women's thing. I'll be there later. Is that the Hunger Games sign? Hi, so here with Gail Bradbrook at the Brazilian Embassy. Gail, what's been going on here?
Obviously, there's a protest because there's well, I think you get more of the details of the organisers here, but there's currently legislation trying to be passed in Brazil to attack the rights of indigenous people, their access to their lands, and it's all already underway, a genocide and the theft of people's lands. And so, we're here, some XR rebels here in solidarity. It's a key part of our movement, internationalist solidarity. I know that we've had rebels come to this embassy before and protest. There's been people in court recently. Our lovely Iggy Fox, who we lost, who died, was one of the rebels arrested here. And actually, if you throw paint on this building, as some of our rebels did, you're risking sort of immediate six months in jail. That didn't happen, thankfully. But what we have to remember is, obviously, our privilege here is that the people on the front lines are dying on a daily basis now. It's horrendous. What some of the stories we're hearing about what's happening in the Amazon is so very much under attack. Very much pushed by the sort of consuming of beef globally, amongst other issues. I guess one of the things maybe to say, which was interesting, was that the police had us off the road straight away. We've had the Supreme Court saying that being on the road is a legitimate form of protest. It's reasonable. The Amazon, as we know, is one of the main lungs of the earth, and the indigenous people, I understand, say that if it gets cut down, if there's less than 25% left or something, I'll be getting that wrong probably, but then humanity's finished. It holds so much of our biodiversity. It's totally reasonable for people to get on the road. They've cordoned off the embassy itself and protest and have an act of civil disobedience today. Is a totally reasonable thing. They should be upholding our right to protest. And instead, it's all about this air polluting traffic that's going through. Instead, it's all about keeping, business as usual flowing. We have to have protests of this type. So it's really good to see the numbers here and they're coming together. Amazon Rebellion's here, Survival International. We have a repair harm action. It's part of Money Rebellion, where you can take out a credit card with Barclays Bank and make a donation on their behalf to Survival International, who have for many years, I think since the 1970s, been supporting indigenous people's rights across the world, helping out with legal cases. And, I was put in touch with them by our International Solidarity Network, who are very careful around which NGOs to work with, because there can be so much mess there. Let's cut a long story short there. Survival are really good players in that space, and also calling out some other NGOs who are like the World Wildlife Fund, who have been involved in human rights abuses. This idea that we'll have areas of nature without people in. What indigenous wisdom teaches us is that we have a reciprocal relationship as part of nature. We are part of nature. It's not about not being with nature, it's about our relationship and being in right relationship with nature. So You know, so there's that action that people can do to support survival. There's Greenpeace here. There's a number of other organisations, I believe. So it's what it's all about. As our ex-RISN say, you know, we're not here trying to save anybody. We're here in solidarity. People are saving themselves, although at great cost. Yeah, love and gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gail Bradbrook. That was ace, thank you. That was ace. Who else should I interview that would be good here, do you think?
Oh, we've got this absolutely amazing mini Amazon rainforest here with a fantastic snake slithering through it. And we've also got a young family here who have come to the action today. Could I ask you, have you come very far today? And what is your motivation for attending the action?
Well, the news about what's happening in the Amazon region, that the indigenous peoples who live sustainably in the Amazon rainforest are being chased off their lands, and their leaders who step up and protest are being killed, is absolutely heartbreaking. And the result of this is that the Amazon rainforest itself is being destroyed, which seems unthinkable. But something that is so essential to the survival of the planet, which is such a legendary ecosystem that its worth is incalculable, and yet it's been destroyed. And often I feel very powerless, but here we have a chance to protest, so it seemed obvious to me that I should take that chance to protest and to bring my children here, because of course this issue affects generations to come as well.
Yes. Do you learn about the rainforest in school? What? Do you learn about the rainforest in school?
Yes, I do.
You do, and what is it about an action coming with your mum like this that has it made an impression on you? What does it make you feel?
Sorry, what?
What does it make you feel when you come on an action like this with mum?
It makes me feel a bit proud to be part of something like this, but also very angry because of what's happening.
Yes, indeed. And I must say I'm proud of you too. It's lovely to see young people being made aware of the issues today. What would you say to other kids? Should they come down and over the next 2 weeks with their parents? Is it a good experience?
Yes.
It is, yeah. Good, I'm glad. Do you have anything else that you might like to add?
Yeah.
Would you like to say something?
I think that it's all of that the rainforest should stop being cut down and being destroyed, and that it's a really bad thing because the ecosystems will fall and collapse.
And you've seen the photographs on in the news or on television showing it burning, and that you can actually see it from space. There's so much burning going on. I'm sure that must make you feel quite sad.
Yeah, it makes me sad and angry, but also proud that I'm here with my mum and my brother together protesting about it. Yes. It's not just indigenous people that are suffering.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. The animals. That is so important because speaking up and plants as well. The trees and all the plants that give us our medicines, and possibly more medicines for the future if we allow it to survive. Yeah. So I was absolutely delighted to hear from you, and thank you very much indeed for your thoughts today. Okay. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the rebellion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, we're outside the Brazilian embassy. Tell us who you are and which XR group you're with.
I'm Dr. Charlie Gardner, and I'm here as a member of Scientists for Extinction Rebellion. We're protesting outside the Brazilian embassy in support of indigenous rights and against deforestation of the Amazon. The Amazon basin is one of the most important ecosystems in the world. It supports huge numbers of indigenous communities, people who live there and depend on the forest for their for everything, you know, for their lives. The destruction of the Brazilian Amazon is essentially genocide. It wipes out the ability of indigenous people to support themselves. Beyond that, beyond the indigenous people that live there, we also know that the Amazon is one of the most important carbon sinks in the world. It stores huge amounts of carbon, and that carbon is released when it's burnt down for industrial agriculture. So the destruction of the Amazon is hugely contributing to climate change. And then, of course, there's biodiversity. The Amazon is full of species which exist nowhere else. Wonderful species, from howler monkeys to scarlet macaws. So the destruction of the Amazon that's happening right now, because Brazilian policy is to promote industrial agriculture for the production of beef for people in our societies, this beef that we're eating is causing genocide, is causing climate change, is causing the destruction of species. And as a scientist, as a conservation scientist, you know, I've tried to develop solutions to deforestation. I've actually spent, 20 years doing research about tropical deforestation. But research isn't enough anymore. We really need to take action. Policymakers, decision makers are not listening to scientists. They're listening to corporate lobbyists, agro-industrial lobbyists. And so that makes me feel that my science, it just isn't enough anymore because the decision makers aren't listening to the scientists. So that's why I, as a scientist, feel compelled to take to the streets rather than to just carry on doing my research. And I encourage you, if you can, please join us or support us on social media in any way you can. This is hugely important. Please share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was ace. Yes. Which do you want me to do? Should we do it?
Yeah. I don't think if the company wanted me to, I'd have to resign. So.
Huh?
Is severely degraded. The Guarani removed the plantation and reintroduced their agricultural knowledge with their techniques. In doing so, they regenerated the ecosystem at the same time producing nutritious food for their own food security. A local leader, Tiago Caray, I'm going to read now his own words. He explains, "The land does not belong to us. It is us who belong to it, as much as all the animals and plants we share it with. This is why we work so hard to make it thrive. We seek to live on a beautiful land, but never to own it. We're never to be its lords, never to dominate it and exploit it. We want to enrich it for all living beings, including us and future life to flourish." Tiago also critiques the Western underlying assumptions of hierarchy among beings. How can humans be superiors to mosquitoes, to all the pollinators, if we depend on them for our food? How is that possible? Where does that come from? For them, all beings are connected and equal, like brothers, sisters, and siblings. The latest report by the United Nations Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services highlights that the lands inhabited by indigenous people hold the world's best protected biodiversity, even more than national parks. This is due both to the protection performed by indigenous peoples, but also to the daily activities that they undertake in living together with the land. Against the efforts of indigenous organizations to protect their territories, Brazil right now is experiencing a scenario of coordinated racist and fascist attacks on indigenous organizations, but also entailing environmental destruction, the most crucial of which is taking place today in the Supreme Court. This is why we're here today. If the temporal framework wins, the policy of attacking ancestral peoples and supporting agribusiness driven by extraction and driven by the consumerism of countries like this will run rampant and destroy ecosystems led by Jair Bolsonaro. They might win, but we will resist, and indigenous people will lead the fight. If the Marco Temporal goes through, indigenous peoples will not be able to recover and regenerate their lands. They will be evicted from their homes, a human and ecological catastrophe that will have consequences for us. I'm about to be finished, I promise. Indigenous communities are resisting, mobilizing, demonstrating, blocking highways, roads, and the capital, Brasilia itself, right now in their nationwide mobilization in the fight for life. The leaders of the Ibirupa Guarani Commission arrived in Brasilia yesterday to the Fight for Life camp in Janeiro, Sao Paulo, Paraná, Santa Catarina, and Rio Grande do Sul. There are about 500 leaders of the Guarani people present to bury once and for all the Marco Temporal and fight the anti-indigenous agenda that has been installed in Congress. That's the letter that I wanted to read to you today, and the only thing I have left to say is that fighting for indigenous rights is a crucial way for us to start healing the harms that colonialism has ravaged upon our planet. Colonialism didn't come by itself. It came with racial capitalism. It came with the destruction of livelihoods, of cultures, of lands. As an Ayala, it is incredible to me that so many people are here, but I ask you, what does decolonization mean to you? What does that mean in your daily lives? What does that mean in the relationships that you have, to the food that you consume, to the land that you live on? This is a global project of healing the earth and centering indigenous rights in that struggle. Is the only way that we can move forward. And it's the only way that we will have a chance to be together like we are today, in community, in unity. So thank you for your time, and we're going to hand out some leaflets. And yeah, also, the Guarani Commission is part of a people South America today. Thank you for the organizers.
Final words. Thank everyone who's here today. That we continue to stand with Abibi. If you can, I want to say thank you from Brazil Matters, Greenpeace, Surviving International, Amazon Rebellion, CAFOD, who organized this protest today. We've had XR supporting here as well. But if you follow the pages, the social media of all these organizations who just started, we're going to keep posting updates. Like we've said before, we have 6,000 indigenous peoples from all over Brazil, from more than 100 different peoples spread across Brazil. And right now they need this expectation, exceeded expectation of people who would go to Brasilia, who travel to the capital to stand a vigil there. So they really need support, and they really need donations as well to help support them while they're in Brasilia. So if you please follow social media. If you follow APIB, the Association of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil, and keep showing your support and use the hashtags, all the hashtags we've mentioned before. The hashtags are also going to be on the posts, on the stuff that we're going to be posting over the next few days. This trial is expected to be resumed tomorrow. So until then, all the pressure we can put on by sharing the hashtags and sharing everything that you've been seeing about this on your social media. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.
This is Brazilian Inspire events, and as a lot of things in Brazil, we're gonna finish with some dancing and drumming. So I'm just gonna ask this amazing cyclist to go back where the piano is and ask you guys to put your dancing shoes on. We're gonna be dancing together. So if this gentleman can please move this tripod, thank you. We're gonna be singing some traditional Brazilian songs, and if you want to join with the dancing, I'll show you how we do it. So yeah, that's it. Can you please move this on? Thank you.
Music happening now. Music.
Oui.
Oh, this. So I should back.
Allez, allez, on va.
Let's find a bit of spot. I've got sandwiches, I'm alright at the moment.
Yes, yes.
What's an interview?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Oh, sorry. Hi, so what's your name and tell us what's going on today? Like, just talk into this bit.
My name is Sam from West Papua. I'm here in solidarity with my brother and sister from Brazil, where Amazonia is the biggest rainforest in the world, while the second one in West Papua. So we are here in solidarity, fight to save the planet. It means we need to save the Amazonia, the rainforest, biggest one, first one, and second one, West Papua. So what happened in Amazonia, struggle for everybody in entire worldwide. Because if you are considered justice for human being, also this planet, you need to save Amazonia indigenous people who are trying to defending our earth from destruction, also multinational corporation. So we are here, one voice to solidarity with indigenous Amazonian, also solidarity to liberate, save our rainforest and also our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Here at the Brazilian Embassy, where a coalition of groups will come in solidarity, trying to stop the Brazilian rainforest from being further destroyed.
Yes.
We took action, and we took action against HSBC, because HSBC don't care about our young people. They've invested £81 billion into fossil fuels since the Paris Agreement, so that's in a full knowledge that our children are going to suffer as a result of those investments. So, what sort of evil is that? Anyway, so, carrying our hammers and chisels of love, we went to the headquarters of HSBC and we smashed the windows. And we did that in a hope, just like Louisa hoped, that we could change things. And we want to change things quickly in order to save lives. And we don't want to be martyrs. And we don't want to be famous. I'd like to have a nice retirement with my grandchildren. But instead I find that my head's full of horrors. And I'm finding myself fighting for them. And I'm probably going to end up in prison. We're in a planetary emergency, as we all know, and we're living in desperate times, and we are desperate people, and we're taking desperate actions. Our natural instinct is to protect our young and our vulnerable, and our HSBC action was driven by that natural instinct. Sadly, many of the people in this country still don't understand how serious our predicament is and how horribly wrong things are. And I get really disheartened when I see parents picking the children up outside schools in SUVs and 4x4s, and they're sitting with their engines running. And the police are as bad. I've been in London for a few days now, and all around with the police vans and the police cars, they're sitting in them with their engines running. They should know better. It's a disgrace. And just to let you know, please, that you're releasing 100 balloons worth of CO2 every single minute you're sitting in your cars and vans with your engines running. On the bus coming into London a couple of days ago, there was a lovely family on the bus. It was obviously grandma and granddad, 2 parents and 2 young children. The children must have been 6 and 7. And they were sitting at the front of the bus and they were really excited. They were looking at all the sights. And they'd obviously been to see a show. And the conversation from mum at the front to the grandparents sitting behind us was easy for everyone to hear. And then they started talking about going on holiday and how they would be flying, and they were hoping that the flights wouldn't be cancelled. And I took every effort I had not to say to these people, do you not like your children? I find it ridiculous that anybody these days would fly if they love the children. I didn't say anything because the children were there, but I did comment to my friend in a loud enough voice. I said I would never dream of flying. I love my grandchildren. So I want to just do another little quote. It's a really, really famous Shakespearean quote, and it's to be or not to be. That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. Well, we're certainly in a sea of troubles. And those of us who do know the terrible truth are very peacefully taking up arms, and we're doing our best in any way we can. We can't just sit back and do nothing, knowing that people are suffering right now, and it's going to get much worse very, very quickly. These are desperate times, and we are desperate people taking desperate, desperate actions. I want my grandchildren to know that Grandma tried her best. I tried my best. And thank you. Just before I go, I'd like to say how much I love the fact that Gail could easily talk to a massive crowd about how she was ovulating and feeling horny. Now, my ovulating days are well over. But I always felt my most powerful during menstruation. And I considered it to be something to be celebrated and look forward to every month. And I did feel a sense of loss when I realised that my last egg had left my body. However, I am learning that the beginning of the age of the crone does bring with it new awakenings. There's a very interesting book called The Wise Wound. It's a very, very old book, and I'm really sorry to say that I can't remember who wrote it. I read it many, many years ago, but The Wise Wound, it's worth reading. And Gail, I know you're really, really proud to come from Yorkshire, and I'm really proud to come from Lancashire. But I'm more proud to be a good earth dweller. And Gail, from a Lancashire lass to a Yorkshire lass, and this is really, really important, we must resist division. Thank you.
Can you say thank you, because Susan didn't say who she is. This is Susan Reid. Thank you, Susan. You're brilliant.
She, her, by the way.
And I want to introduce our next speaker, Marvina Newton, United for Black Lives Matter leads and Kill the Bill official. Yes, you can't miss her. Here she is.
Wow. Aren't we just beautiful? Aren't we rebellious? So I'm going to do a little call and response before I speak, right? When I say what do we want? Women justice. When do we want it now? Okay? We can do this. What do we want? Women justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Women justice! When do we want it? Now! Okay. Because I'm Black Lives Matter, I'm gonna do some Black Lives Matter chants. Are we ready for that? Yes! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black women matter! Black women matter! Black trans matter! Black trans matter! Hi everyone, my name is Marvina Newton. And it's a beautiful day to be a woman. It's a beautiful day. But one of the most beautiful things I have to say, whether you're born physically a woman or whether you are identifying as a woman, you matter. This system that tries to divide us and tell us who can speak and who can't is ridiculous. This system that tells us that period poverty and we can get taxed on our own sanitary products is ridiculous. This system that tries to stand and tell me what my beauty standard is. Are you mad? To all the young me's out there, I want you to know when you were made, there was no mistake. You can never be replicated or duplicated. You are one in a million. In fact, when I see you, I stand in your awe. When I see you, to all those beautiful young girls, like that beautiful young girl right there, again, always ask people their pronouns because I don't know if they identify as that, but that beautiful human being there, we do this for you because your future matters, and we as mothers, as part of Mother Nature, owe it to you to fix this mess that they have created. And that's the only time I will use the word they. The reason being is that there is a force. This force that is the government. This force that is corporations. This force that has told us who we are. This force that continues to tell lies in the media. Can we get some more investigative journalism doing a good job? Can we get people telling the truth? Can we get people telling us exactly what the climate emergency is? Can we get people understanding that when women, I'm a mother of two beautiful specimens. I feel like when I had them, God just kissed me and told me he loved me because I have a daughter called Angel and I have a son called Genesis. Yes, this Nigerian queen decided to give their children names that were God's because in my mind, my activism got birthed when I had them. For me, taking care of Mother Nature, making sure I am counted in history. A couple of broken windows and they all crying. Come on. Too many broken promises we don't have that time for. We just don't have time for that. And when you look at the movement, women are leading in so many ways. We are breaking ceilings and we are doing things. We are manifesting all the greatness. In fact, while we're here, if we stand united, and I say, when we stand united, I'm just seeing another ally from Leeds. Big up to all the Yorkshire people in the space. We love you. But also, when I see women who come together, we do not compete, we collaborate. You are never gonna be my competition, because when I see you win, I'm like, sis, I'm so proud of you. When I see you excel, I'm like, sis, I'm there for you. When I see you down, I'm like, sis, I'm holding your hands. When I see you cry, I'm there to cry with you. Sisters, we need to understand the intersectionality of what our struggles are. No one person can speak for everybody. I cannot speak for all black women. Anyone that says they can speak for a majority is a liar. I can speak from my lived experience, and boy, I've got my 10,000 hours of expertise. But as a black woman, I am told that my darkness is a threat. I am told you're pretty for a dark-skinned girl. I am told that, you know what? I look at my daughter, melanated and darker than me, and her skin is kissed by the sun. Oh my gosh, liquid diamond in every way. And I know someone, somewhere, will see my daughter and never even get to experience the blessing she has and judge her as a woman. We need to protect women. We need to protect black women. I'm also going to give a shout out to my sister, Sasha Johnson, who... My sister Sasha Johnson got shot, one of the well-known Black Lives activists, 27-year-old mother of two, still in a coma, and black women are amazing, I can't lie. Don't worry, I love all women in all shapes and forms. But for sometimes when we celebrate black women, it's because we don't get to see ourselves in the media. Imagine us watching cartoons and not seeing where you're from. Even to the point that we need to decolonize our mindset. We're gonna do like a little, I'm gonna say decolonizing, you say it back, okay? 1, 2, 3. Decolonize. 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 It is important for us to decolonize our mindset. It is important to understand that we are humans first. There's no race, just one human race. The only difference between me and you is the fact that I was born in the other side and I've got melanin in my skin. But let me explain something about the black women. The first human remain was found in Ethiopia. And I know the people that found it, they called it Lucy. I don't know any Ethiopian woman called Lucy. But anyway, let me explain. We all originated from Africa, facts. We all have a lineage to be proud of. In fact, we all have been colonized at one point of our life. And as women, we are still being oppressed till today. And for my men out there, I need you to become allies. When you see some madness and some fuckery going on, sorry, I'm gonna just say it. I did not give any consent to this system to fuck me without my permission. And on a constant basis, we are getting raped by the system. We are getting stolen, killed, destroyed. It is okay. And again, we need to change this attitude of women need to be calm, to be seen, not heard. Who came up with that bullshit? We need to take our sexuality, take our positive vibration, stand and do your superhero stance and say, this system, I do not care. I could be the most radical, rebellious, climate activist, black life, racial justice, whatever I want to. And I could also give birth. For those who have never had children, I want to say, you are still mothers. You are not determined by whether you've pushed a child out of your vagina or if you have a vagina or not. I want you to know, afar you care for the environment, afar you take care of your sisters, afar you stand united, afar you don't let words separate us. We can do so much. So I'm hoping I've got some rebellious people around me, right? Are we rebellious? Are we rebellious? And when we are rebellious, nothing was ever given to women by us asking politely. We don't ask permission, we just give direction. Because a woman can navigate any system and bring some finesse into it with a little swagger that you cannot put your finger on. Big up to people like Esther from XR ISN. Big up to Bavini from XR Unified. Big up to Alfie. I'm going to just celebrate women that I know constantly change my life. Big up to my daughter, Angel. The one person that I look at on a daily basis and motivate me. Big up to her brother, who's the best allies. And guess what? My daughter is going through that. We're talking about periods, so it's okay. So she's going through that change now, right? And her brother already knows when she's in that state, he needs to be a little bit kinder. He needs to be a little lovely. He needs to be able to give her snacks. He needs to be able to get the hot water. You know what? That's what you need to teach your boys. We don't need to teach our daughters to dress appropriately. We just need to teach men not to rape. End of story. And for those people that say not all men, for those who keep saying not all men, it's almost like you saying all lives matter. Yes, we know all lives matter, but until Black Lives Matter, I don't know what you're talking about. Until Women's Lives Matter, I don't know what you're talking about. And while I'm here, I'm also big up to all the traveling women, to all the gypsy travelers who are doing their work, to all the sex workers, because sex work is work. While we're here, if you get the mic, check your privilege. I'm checking mine. And that's why I am speaking about all those from the queer community, LGBT plus community. I'm going to make sure I give them a voice, because that's what you do. You don't take center stage and talk only about your issue. You use your voice to amplify every other person's issue. Can we do that? But while we are here, and before I round up, I want you to just turn around and look at the baddest chick next to you and say, baby girl, baby girl, ooh, baby girl, you are so phenomenal, you are so loved, you are worthy of respect, you are enough. I love you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Marvina Newton.
Wasn't she great? Thank you, thank you. And now we're going to follow with a bit of music, and it's going to be call and response, so you're taking part. So I'm going to introduce Karuna Vacha. Come on, Karuna, give it to them.
Hello, absolutely gorgeous to see you all. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful rebels. So, of course, you know that all the best rebellions are all singing, all dancing rebellions. You know that, yeah? Cool, cool, cool. So, we're going to do a bit of call and response. So, I hope you are ready, are you? You got good voice today? Good spirit? Good heart, yeah? Okay, so stick with me. So I'm going to sing, you're going to sing it back to me, got it? We are standing on the edge. We are standing on the edge. We are standing in rebellion. We are standing in rebellion. And we're dancing on the edge. And we're dancing on the edge. For the children, for those to come. It's for all life. All life to come. It's for the mountains. for the rivers, for all creatures, for those to come. It's for the soil. It's for green planet, for pollination, for liberation. It's for justice. The global south. It's for freedom. Well, open my mouth. Open my eyes. This government. Open their eyes. Open their hearts. Whatever they say, whatever they lie, whatever greenwash, and however they try to shut us down, to silence us, imprison us, well, we won't back down. We won't give up. We'll keep coming back. Well, we come in truth, non-violence, and we will stand together. Rebellion together. And we'll dance together. Extinction! Extinction! Extinction!
Yes, wasn't she lovely? Right, got to get a bit higher. Well, talk about a bit higher. Here comes Bhavina Patel, who's still talking, but she's coming to the mic because she's got to. And would you like to give her a welcome? Is she smiling? Smile back. Welcome her. Bhavina.
Bloody hell, look at the beauties in this room, in this space. The electricity here is phenomenal, and welcome to you all. And it really brings me such courage to stand here, because fear is only there if we're not together and united. And whilst you are here and we are together, I find my courage, because courage calls courage, and that's what we are for each other. And if we remember that when we take spaces wherever we are, whether it be in our families, in our homes, in businesses, in jobs, but look around you, because sometimes people are struggling, and all it takes is a smile. You know, all it takes is a smile to connect back to our humanity. And this is something that I think has been so removed from wearing masks and the separation of state that's pitted one human against another human. And now we see that the state and the empires are pitting Mother Earth against the rest of the humanity. And this is it, guys. This is the final calling, the call that should trigger every part of your humanity now. And we need to share that story with others, because it's beautiful that you're all here, but there's so many people that are not here. And their journey is going to look different to ours, and that's okay. But let's have the conversation, because this is where the separation happens, is when we choose to reflect only in our own vision. Is we need to be open to receiving the vision of others and what that might look for them in terms of how they want to take part in the climate story. I can tell you now that in the global south, there is many women doing the deep work that is not registered as deep work. And that deep work can look like holding and feeding her children, holding and looking after the community, holding and looking after the roof over their head. All of these things that we take for granted here, because the climate, only in East London recently, one of my family members has been affected. They've had to be removed from their home. The flooding was so severe that that they won't be seeing their home for at least another 6-9 months. And that's because they're lucky that the rest of London didn't flood at the same time, right? They had somewhere else to go. We are a community. We have seen climate collapse. Indian people from the subcontinent, we have seen it many times. I am the 3rd generation standing in front of you who has had to move because of climate collapse. I am not here by chance. I'm here because the climate in India was not able to be stable enough to feed my family. We are farmers. My history and heritage is farmland. Currently, that farmland in India is still failing to produce crops. We are on government handouts there. Nobody wants to see that or feel that. But what we do here affects what happens over there. So I call upon the feminine energy within all of you to remember when courage fails, to tap in to your ancestors, because many women have moved through this path before us. There isn't a woman's history that hasn't been liberated once a woman finds her voice. I'm with you guys. I found my voice. And that voice, I hope that you carry through for all women across the globe, because there is many women that are not given this mic. So that's why I stand. I stand for all of the women that cannot be here to hold the mic. And one of those beautiful women, and I don't know if she's ready. Are we? Oh, well, she's not. She's going to take her time. She's going to find her centering. But I want to honor today a beautiful young activist that's managed to find her way over here from China. She single-handedly held what we call citizens' assemblies, but she's been going through her community in China, young, brave, single, on her own, town to town, having this conversation about climate collapse. She has been followed and targeted by the state in China. And when we stand here, we have a privilege, because as much as I don't like what's surrounding us here in those yellow jackets, we still have this space and know the sacredity of that space that we are still able to stand on is not given to other women across the globe. And she is here from Futures for Friday. I'm hoping that she will feel some love and centering and come and tell her story to you all soon. But to honor all of those brave activists that are across the globe that cannot be on this mic, that do channel that feminine energy, because that's what's required to find that healing. And I welcome you all to be doing that too. Look at that, she just needed to be shown some love, right? I cannot ever be holding this mic without her. So just say hello.
Hello everyone.
Tell them your journey, your story.
I don't know where to start.
That's okay, start wherever you feel.
So thank you for everyone to coming here, because this is a global emergency and we humans to set all the differences aside, all the nations, genders, genders and the classes and the political views, all these set aside. And just because our essence is the same, we are human and we are one species. And now the planet and the species are dying, and we need to unite to survive. For the last 2 years, I have sacrificed my own education. For the last 2 years, I strike every Friday on the streets in China. And I was the so-called the first climate striker in China. But one thing that I want to share is that I find that even the so-called like leftist media, like Guardian, isn't reporting something helping Chinese movements. I find that the media, mainstream media, usually use a frame that to frame me as a lonely and a PT girl in China and fighting alone. And this is now not helpful at all for Chinese activists because it's actually create a scare for people to act. And the oppression we're seeing, it is everywhere. It is not only China or like in the UK, it's everywhere. And we need to know that we need to have a good narrative for our own activists and create our own media. That's why we have the freedom press, and that's why we have the free media. And last year, my hometown, a town in Guilin, in China, it is flooded by the largest floods in the last 200 years. And I went to see the home was flushed away by the flood. And they are terrified. And now they are just living under the plastic and wooden boards. And they said the government didn't give any compensation to them. And this is getting worse and worse. 4 weeks ago in China, the Zhengzhou floods, the video, it is devastating and heartbreaking. So we are going to do an action to do a dying in Chinatown in this Sunday, and I welcome all of you to come. And I've seen that although we already sacrificed a lot, everyone, they maybe sacrifice their job, they sacrifice their salary to come, but we still need to aware we have so much privilege than people in the global south that already being sacrificed. We maybe create a business plan to distribute the land of us in the countryside and to give to the people live in urban areas, to say that it is for them to connect to the nature. And this business plan is maybe 100 years into the future or 150 years into the future, but people in the global south already died yesterday and today. There will be billions to die, and we need to sacrifice as much as we can. Thank you.
I need you all to scream a little bit louder. I need you all to give this screamer support. I need you to stand up. I need you to make sure she never feels like she's lonely. I need you to know that she is extraordinary. I need you to say, she is. She is. She is. Phenomenal!
When courage calls courage. This is Aoi. Aoi, I want you to come and say your name. Say your name, Aoi.
I'm Aoi. Thank you.
This phenomenal young woman has traveled thousands of miles to wake up the global north of the destruction that has been caused on her homeland. The level of courage Extinction! Extinction! Power to the women. Power to the women. The women's got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Tell me, can you hear it? We're getting stronger by the hour. Stronger by the hour. Power. Power. Women. Women. Power. Power. Women. Women. Power to the women. Power to the women. The women's got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Tell me, can you hear it? We're getting stronger by the hour. Stronger by the hour. Power. Power. Women. Women. Power. Power. Women. Women. Also, big up to all the women there. We still love you. Big up. Extinction! Extinction! Brilliant.
Well, that was something, wasn't it? Now, I think we're going to just do a little bit of resilience, a little bit of singing from Andrea. Andrea, are you here? Are you coming forward? Because we'd like a bit of resilient singing, please. So, welcome her, please. This is Andrea, who's going to do some resilient singing with you.
Okay, I think there are some women in this crowd who have been learning a song called Resilience. Is this true? Let's do it. Let's do it. Are we ready? We are resilient. We trust the movement. Women at the center. It's happening now. Let's bring this system down to its knees. 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 My voice feels tiny, I'm sure so does yours. Put them all together, make a mighty roar. Let's bring this system down to its knees. Let's bring this system down to its knees. Let's bring this system down to its knees. Let's bring this system down.
What's your name? Come on.
I'm Andrea. Aranavacha. I'm Jan. Do you want another call and response?
Come on.
Hang on, I've forgotten it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The forests have spoken. Our planet is broken. So wake up and rise up. Oh la la. Our children have spoken. Our planet is broken. So wake up and rise up. Oh la la. Our women have spoken. Our planet is broken. So wake up and rise up. Oh la la. Our trans people have spoken. Our planet is broken. So wake up and rise up. Oh la la. Oh la la. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to enjoy a bit of samba because I think people have been just waiting to bang their drums. Yeah, they'll do that later. So if you can turn around, I believe they're just behind you, hopefully somewhere. Samba Band, can we hear you now? If we have dancers as well who would like to perform that little routine on the drums, now would be the time.
So this is our day. We're taking space. We're claiming our time. We're not asking permission. We're gonna party like it's hard, and we're gonna show them what women power is. Are we gonna take to the streets? Are we gonna have some fun? Extinction! Extinction! Let's dance, guys.
It's the future of abundance. Living in balance with the elements of the earth. We really need to listen.
Alright, we're here at the Brazilian Embassy. We just had a little song by the native Brazilians. It's been a good atmosphere for the last hour. That's a bit of music, a bit of food, a bit of solidarity.
I should think very sometimes all over the world. Thank you again. May Creator bless all of you here today, and families. And segura firme. São Francisco só na frente, muito gratidão. Tchau.
Exiles back on the streets in London, and I'm here supporting them. And my name's Sarah Lunnan, and I'm here supporting them as part of the 0 Hour campaign. And the 0 Hour campaign is working on the climate and ecological emergency bill. And it fits in really well with the idea of the impossible rebellion, because lots of the feedback we've had from MPs, councillors, people we've talked to, is that what the bill requires is impossible. And unfortunately, we are now at that impossible point where we have to achieve the impossible. It's almost like the ultimate moonshot, which we now have to do. We know that we can no longer carry on burning fossil fuels. We know, and I'm here outside the Brazilian embassy, we know we can no longer carry on with an economy that causes the Brazilian rainforest to carry on being cut down. The rainforest has now become a net emitter of carbon. That's one of the major planetary tipping points. We need to repair that right away. And it's impossible. You know, what we have to achieve now seems impossible, and it will remain impossible until we start trying to do it. And It's a moment, Winston Churchill in 1939 referred to the moment of consequence when they were facing fascism. It seemed impossible that the Allies would come together and fight fascism in Europe. Well, we're at another impossible moment, another moment of consequence, and we've got to come together and make the impossible happen, and that's why we're on the streets, and it's why we're outside the Brazilian embassy, and it's why we're in all those other places across London and in your towns and cities. So thanks for joining us, and get your friends, everybody, to achieve the impossible.
locked on with a friend in a double buggy, and we're blocking one of the roads. I think there are 7 roads actually blocked at the moment. This one is Great Newport Street, I think. And the reason I'm here, we've been here locked on since 11 this morning, is that the government has access to the same science that we have read. The government knows that the IPCC said, I think it was the Monday before last, the report said that this is a code red for humanity, and that people under 30 are going to experience terrible things. I'm not under 30, but I have 3 grandchildren, and even if I didn't, Gail Bradbrook said something that has always stayed with me, which is that you can only protect those closest to you if you remember your love for those furthest away. And we are acting in love. We're not messing about. We are trying to say to the government, you absolutely must do something. You must abandon fossil fuels now, because time is running out, and the future of young people is unthinkable. And I would say to anyone else who sees this, who is at home, maybe concerned, maybe did hear the headlines about the IPCC report before other news knocked them out of the agenda. And maybe those people are thinking, well, I've done everything else I can do. And this is how lots of us feel. You know, I haven't flown for 15 years. I'm vegan. I don't drive. You know, I try to keep my carbon footprint as low as possible. And I write to my MP, regularly. I've been to protest at council meetings, etc., etc. And in the end, there is nothing left but mass civil disobedience, because nothing else is enough, and history gives us this little bit of hope that mass civil obedience in the past has created change. And Extinction Rebellion at the beginning 2019, we did shift the Overton window. You know, we did bring the narrative out into the open when nobody was talking about climate change. It was just never in the media at all. And it wasn't enough. Our emissions are still increasing. And there is no nation that is achieving their targets. And in the UK, we seem to have this obsession with being climate leaders. We're showing the world. Well, we're not. As Greta Thunberg said the other day, that's all about creative accounting. It's all about the emissions that we don't count. And there are all these plans to increase our extraction of fossil fuels. So we've got a possible Cambo oil field in Shetland. We've got a possible coal mine in Cumbria. So it's all going in the wrong direction, and this is why we're saying we will not go away until you change direction.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me over all the noise that's happening around. But a big welcome to everyone who is joining us from home, who's watching this live stream for whatever reason if you can't get down to London. I'm standing in the middle of Piccadilly Circus. I'm with the women and female identifying intersex, non-binary and trans people who have come here together today to demand that we have climate justice. And we're focusing particularly here today on the way that climate injustices can so often affect marginalized communities. So often it's women who bear the burden of climate change and climate injustice. This morning we had some very inspirational speeches from people representing women, non-binary folk, trans folk, intersex folks from across the world, but very particularly focusing on the global south. If you're just joining us now and you've missed some of the speeches from earlier, I strongly recommend that you find time later to go back and listen to them. They were truly inspirational. We've had samba bands, we've had music, we've had singing, and there's a really wonderful energy here. I'm going to go and move now to the other speakers, the other speeches that are happening, just so that you can join in with us and hear some of the very inspirational words.
Say what's on your mind. And on myself, I'm involved in the Austrian climate movement since early 2019. I was part of the first Extinction rebellion actions that happened in Vienna. And the problem is that our governments are unable to listen because the science has been crystal clear for more than 30 years. We know carbon dioxide we put out destroys the climate. We know that destroying our climate destroys our base of existence. And still, our governments are refusing to give up the old system, to give up the fossil fuels. In Austria, we have a government that after 2 years of continuous protests by Fridays for Future and others is still trying to build new motorways. It's insane. They're still trying to build projects that will increase emissions at a time when emissions need to come down, and they need to come down quickly because the planet is fucked up more badly than any one of us could ever imagine. And in this time, the Austrian government wants to build a motorway ring around Vienna. Didn't it? It's the biggest car park in this kingdom. And now they want to do the same mistake in Austria, and they refuse to listen to the science. So it is our turn. If we do not want to be the last generation on this planet, it is our turn to put ourselves in harm's way and to stop them from doing shit by sitting down and blocking the construction sites. And inspired by my friend who did a hunger strike in Lausanne in Switzerland, I decided to go on a hunger strike myself in Vienna to protest against the government's inaction on the climate crisis, and especially against this construction of this new motorway. And when I started, I had no idea how long I would be able to last. In the end, I lasted for more than 30 days until the Minister for the Environment, for the protection of the environment, announced that all these road construction projects, all these highway projects would be evaluated on ecological criteria, including on the climate impact. I know it's a government, and you can never trust a government on the climate crisis. So let's see how this turns out. Let's see what happens when the evaluation is done. Should happen sometime in autumn. If they say that they can still construct this shit, I will be on hunger strike again. The next time, I will not stop at anything other than a complete halt of this project. We need to have courage. We need to fight, because if we don't, we will be the last generation. But we refuse to be the last generation. Yeah. If they want to kill us all, we can at least offer some resistance. Yes. We can use all non-violent tools at our disposal to make them stop killing us. And we have to stand united. We must not let them divide us because race, because gender, because sexual orientation, because whatever, because class. We must stand united or we will be defeated. The culture war that is hyped up by the media because they want to distract us from the more important things that are going on. The culture war has no place here. I'm also speaking here as a proud out trans woman. So the culture war has no place here. and just one of you. I'm just fighting here to stop this from getting even worse. So join with me. Let's do this together. And let's put our differences aside for now. Thank you. Extinction! Extinction!
Thank you, Martha. Thank you, Martha. XR Austria speaks. And now I'm going to ask Rebecca from Greenham to make that link between the Greenham actions and the ones we're taking today.
Thank you so much. Wow. You know, tomorrow there is a march of Greenham daughters leaving Cardiff to walk to what is now Greenham common land, but in the 80s was a US Air Force base getting readied for a new generation of nuclear weapons. And it's 40 years on. And I'm one of the women that spent over 5 years living in the mud at Greenham Common because they kept evicting us. Did that stop us? No! Every time they tried to evict us, we'd take it into the base. We occupied the sentry box on the 27th of August, the year's anniversary of Greenham. We took it over. Then we brought 35,000 women, well, that was the police number, we know it was more. 35,000 women came to Greenham with their children, embracing the base. And we allowed Orange Gate to be for some of the men who agreed to come and support, and also to run the creches for the very young children. But a lot of the Greenham daughters, the Greenham Women Everywhere daughters, they were at Greenham with their mums and grandmums. So it goes through the generations. And so we danced, then we danced on the silos because so many more women had come down. And let me tell you something about that. Embrace the base when 35,000 women were there. December 12th, 1982, you can imagine it was pretty damn cold. Crawling out of my tent and suddenly realizing that there were all these women incredibly quietly holding candles by the gate. It was the women from Scotland who'd driven down in loads of buses to join us. And bless them, they didn't want to wake us up. That was 6 in the morning,
and we needed to be woken up because the Embrace the Base was beginning. And the media thought, well, just for a while, that we were absolutely wonderful. Talked about all those well-meaning mothers and grandmothers who came down to Greenham. But then 6,000 of those women stayed because Monday was Close the Base Day. Not just encircle the base on Sunday, but close the base on Monday, the working day. 6,000 women. And then guess what the tabloid said? Oh, now it's all the burly dykes in their boots. Well, let me tell you something. Oh, yes. Burly dykes, mothers, grandmothers, across the whole spectrum in our boots because it was muddy and December, and we closed the base totally. We closed the base for over 24 hours, and I can tell you the policing changed. We were being dragged away by ears and arms. My ear got partly torn off. This was happening to us, and they picked on some of us that they recognized from the camp. And we still stood against them. And the next thing we did, 44 of us on New Year's Day, we found a way to get into the base where the nuclear weapons silos, the cruise missile silos were being built. And we got on top. And then we sang and danced. And they had to pull us down. And then after that, we were kind of, well, the government then set up a unit to try to slag us off and diminish both Greenham Women and CND. And they're trying to do that with XR. And I can tell you, when I first heard about XR in 2018, I was so, I was so excited. I just said, right, next time that you do a demo, I think it was the very first one in 2018, the next time you do it, I'm going to be there. And I was, for all of the rebellion in 2019, the April followed by the October. But, you know, due partly to my peace wounds from having been smashed on the knees by an American with a rifle when I was in a base that had the cluster munitions and it was co-located with Greenham a few miles away, but it had all the so-called conventional weapons that kill women and children in the cities, and had just been used killing women and children in Libya when I went into that base. And there were 5 of us, and we painted those bombs, and they said we'd done 750,000 pounds worth of damage. We thought, that's worth it. That's worth it. Who knew that a bit of feminist paint on bombs could ruin them for the aerodynamics of being aimed at women and children and blowing them up? But it did, apparently. But so, one of the things that when I was asked to come here, I was also asked to connect with is how much music and dancing there is here with XR and that we had with Greenham. And so I'm going to sort of intersperse what I say with a few songs that some of you may remember and some of you may not, but they're connected also with songs that have developed through XR. And this first one, let me just tell you about it, because in '82, they took all the caravans, and as I said, it was 40 days, it was biblical, of rain, and we were swimming in mud. And a woman called Jan from Wales turned up in her wheelchair and sat round the fire with us. And she sang us a couple of songs, and this one especially. I just said, you have to write down the words. I want to learn this. She gave me that song as a gift, and I've been singing it ever since in so many ways. I don't know anything more than that she was Jan from Wales. I don't even know if she's still alive, but the song is still living. And I sing it in her memory, the memory of all the women and children, all who have died from not just the nuclear weapons and the nuclear testing, but from all wars. And let's remember all those who are so desperate for safety and security because of the war that Blair and Bush started in 2003, that is now being arbitrarily ended without any concern for the safety and the security of all of the people of Afghanistan who were trying to develop a better way of living, and especially the women and girls. So this song, the first time I sang it publicly, it was down at Trafalgar Square, and for the first time I'd been invited to speak from a C&D demonstration on the plinth there, and there were loads of very famous men shouting lots of slogans and being very loud, and I had to follow somebody like Tony Benn, and I just thought, they're not listening, they're not going to listen to me. So I decided that instead of just talking when they wouldn't listen, I would sing Jan's song, 4 Minutes to Midnight. And do you know what? I could feel the waves of silence flowing out across Trafalgar Square. There were 250,000 people. And by the time I finished, it was silent. And then they could hear what I was saying about what women at Greenham Common were doing, personally and politically, to get rid of nuclear weapons. 4 minutes to midnight, 4 minutes to Armageddon, 4 minutes before we die, 4 minutes to say goodbye. This isn't the way they said it would be. They promised the bomb was only keeping us free. Now they're underground, so they don't have to see the eyes of the dying. 3 minutes to midnight, 3 minutes to Armageddon. 3 minutes before we die. 3 minutes to say goodbye. Why didn't we shout? Why didn't we cry? Why didn't we call deterrence a lie? Why didn't we listen to the people who tried to save us from dying? 2 minutes to midnight. 2 minutes to Armageddon. 2 minutes before we die. 2 minutes to say goodbye. This isn't the way they said it would be. They promised the bomb was only keeping us free. Now they're underground, so they don't have to see the eyes of the dying. 1 minute to midnight, just 1 minute to Armageddon. 1 minute before we die. 1 minute. And that I'm drinking my water out of a code pink bottle called, and it's recyclable, I can tell you, but called No to War. So, yeah, that song, it was part of Greenham, but of course, what's happening with climate is exactly the same. Nuclear weapons and climate destruction are the twin existential threats that face all of humanity. It's global, it's shared, but guess what? The indigenous people, the people of the global south, the women, the children, the ones without the military industrial power, without the patriarchal power, they're the ones who are dying first and dying continuously from both the nuclear age and the military industrial climate destruction age. And that's why we have to totally connect together. And so when we were at Greenham, I can remember we started off thinking about non-violence in the ways we'd been taught, passive resistance. But then women who had been confronted with male violence in all kinds of ways in their own lives, and I'm wearing my Million Women Rise t-shirt here, they said, no, we are not willing to lie down while aggressive men, whether in police uniforms or soldiers or the vigilantes, come and try to move us out of the way. We need to get up and dance, we need to sing, we need to shout. And so we listened and we developed what we call feminist nonviolence, and it was anything other than passive. It was the most active, transforming, confrontative, and we recognized, we acknowledged our feelings of fear, our feelings of anger. Because if we're not afraid and angry about what they're doing about the climate, about what they're not doing about climate justice and climate action, what they're doing still, 9 countries, including this one, with their nuclear weapons, even, and I was in the UN when diplomats from most of the global south and a number of countries, like Ireland, like Austria, from the global north, actually got together and negotiated the treaty that bans nuclear weapons in 2017, and it entered into force this year. So illegal. Nuclear weapons are banned, and yet still have to do all the work to get this country on board. But nuclear weapons like climate threaten the whole world in the Pacific.
In Africa, on behalf of European states like France and the UK, and of course the US, Russia, China. That's the change that we have to make. But if even a fraction, a tiny fraction of those nuclear weapons are ever exploded, and of course they would be exploded on cities, that's what they're aimed at. the dust cloud that would arise, the dust cloud that... I was sure I had 20 minutes for this. Yeah, because they asked me to do for 20 minutes and it just left it themselves. Sorry, that's what... Okay, I'll keep going for a tiny bit, but I'll kind of wrap it up. So, if they'd said 5 minutes, I'd have just done 5 minutes, but hey. So what I really wanted to say was, so if nuclear weapons blow up, do you remember Franny Zubi's film, The Age of Stupid? It was all about how there was denial and denial and denial about climate destruction. But then, what actually finished the human race off, when climate destruction had caused so much misery and so many wars for resources, wars to get away from areas that were being turned into deserts and turned into swamps and like the flooding that we see. It was nuclear weapons that finished the human race off. Do you remember that? And that could well still happen. So what's happening in the climate seemed like it's slow motion. Look where we are now. This is an emergency and you know it and I know it. And we need them to act, not just a COP26 with good words. Those words have to be turned into action. And that's why it's so brilliant to see a young Chinese woman brave enough to do the school strikes there and make those connections. So feminist nonviolence is absolutely about resisting patriarchal, military, industrial violence, domestic violence in all their forms. Active and transformative. So I'm going to leave you with a song. I'm going to sing the Greenham version and then I'm just going to change 2 words in it, teach to you so that you can sing it back to me. This is a familiar one, I'm sure, with you, so if you know it, sing it. But it's stand up, women take our place, create a world without nuclear threat. All together we are strong, break the nuclear chain. So we used to sing that, among various other songs. And never let somebody take words like women and girls away from us. This is so important that we recognize how much has been done by women and girls resisting patriarchal violence. And let us also recognize the suffragettes weren't afraid to call themselves women and sometimes girls, but they were gender non-conformity, I can tell you. That's what we need to understand. You know, as women at Greenham, even the straight women were called dykes when they wanted to vilify us, and we owned it. I'm a lesbian, by the way, and I've always worked for LGBT rights, but I know I'm a woman working for everyone to be at home in our bodies and to change our minds and the political minds out there so that none of us feel the need to conform with any kind of stereotypes about who we are, who we can be, where our power lies. And therefore I stand together with all those who are gender non-conforming, because we all must be in order to change the world. But just let's not feel afraid, feel intimidated from those of us who are women and girls for being able to say that, and those who are not being able to say who they are. So this is the way I want to change the song. The first part of it is still the same. Stand up, women take your place. And the next one is just going to change one word from nuclear to environment, which obviously. So stand up, women take our place. Now from you. Stand up, women take our place. Again. Stand up, women take our place. Next line. Create a world without environment threat. Create a world without environment threat. Again, create a world without environment threat. Let's put those 2 lines together. Stand up, women take our place. Create a world without environment threat. And then all together we are strong, exactly the same. Let's add that one in. We'll start with that's the tune bit is all together we are strong. Together. All together we are strong. And the very last line just changes to break the destructive chain. Break the destructive chain. Break the destructive chain. Can we put it all together and sing it at least twice? Because the first time we kind of get to know it. Stand up, women, take your place. Create a world without environment threat. All together we are strong. Break the destructive chains. Stand up, women, take your place. Create a world without environment threat. All together we are strong. Break the environment chain. Extinction! Extinction! So I'm not a legal service today, I'm one of you, and I'm so happy. Freedom women are everywhere.
Thank you, Rebecca. Can I remind you that this is an FINT demonstration? Feminine, intersex, non-binary, that's me, and trans. So that when we use the word women, which of course we're bound to, it's actually about the spirit. It's about that we're all together, that we respect each other, that everybody has a separate identity, a multiple identity. And that's what we mean if we say women. Daughters, who are three women who are going to sing very nicely, I'm sure. So would you like to come forward and do some a cappella? It's a cappella, isn't it?
Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Rebecca, for those fantastic words and for all that important information and history that she talked about. We are a family of women. I'm Holly. This is my mum, Sally. My sister, Flo. My daughter, Rosa, is here as well. We come from a family of conscientious objectors in the past, and we are conscientious protectors now and peaceful protesters. And we sing about nature and about saving the world and the planet from the destruction. And Sally, our mum, wrote a song for Earth Day last year. Do you want to say anything about it before we sing? This year, Earth Day this year, Sally wrote this song called Restore Our Earth.
Yeah, I just took the words from what their message was, which is restore our earth, restore our sea, restore our air. It's the only one we've got. So, yes, can we go in the middle? Well, yeah, we'll see if this works.
As close as you can.
Well, you get in a bit. You go in a bit. That's the word, okay. Restore our earth. Restore our earth. Restore our earth. Restore our earth. Restore our sea. Restore, renew, restore, restore. It's the only one we want. 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 It's the on
Restore, restore.
Thank you. I'm glad you could hear that through one microphone. We're going to just do one more. Just want to keep the singing going throughout this rebellion as well as the speaking, because I know it lifts the spirits and helps everyone to join in. So you might recognise this tune. It's taken from a tune by Cole Porter from the 1940s, but we have changed the words.
Oh, give me land, lots of land under starry skies above. Don't heat my world. I wanna ride through the white country that I love. Don't heat my world. I wanna ride on my bike neath the whispering trees, breathing unpolluted air with perfect ease, knowing that we won't exceed the 2 degrees. Oh, planet, just let me loose, let me straddle my old saddle and go pedaling down the open road. On my push bike, let me wander over yonder in an eco-friendly mode. I want to rise to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon until I lose my senses, lie down in the grass and let go all defenses. Cool, just turn me loose, let me straddle my old saddle, go winding down the open road. On my push bike, let me wander over yonder in an eco-friendly mode. I want to ride to the ridge where the west commences, gaze at the moon until I lose my senses, lie down in the grass and let go all the fences. Cool, planet Earth, no, cool, planet Earth, one and only planet Earth. Cool.
You're really good. No, you have to.
Yeah. Please, can we have your voices? Can we have your voices? We're going to do a call and response song. This is an encore by request. You're doing it. So this is a call and response. It's a poem by Wendell Berry, who you may have heard of, activist and agricultural movement. And it's really simple. You just repeat after me. It goes, if I had to rise up now. Sorry, I'm singing the wrong song. I knew I had rise in it, and then I did a different rise song. Okay. When I rise, let me rise like a bird, gracefully. And when I fall, let me fall like a leaf, gracefully. And when I stand, let me stand like a tree, strong and tall. And when I lie, let me lie like a lake, reflecting all. When I resist, I will resist like the sea, relentlessly. And when I sing, let me sing like the wind, wild and free. Thanks for your voice. Extinction! 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 We are Davis and Daughters. See you later.
She said it, Davis and Daughters. Aren't they lovely? I just want to give you an announcement from Manib that on Saturday on Marble Arch at 12 o'clock, there is a demonstration about Afghan women being confined to the house and the situation they face. We also have another announcement coming up.
Hello, you beautiful rebels. It's so lovely to see all of you here. Massive welcome to the women in the Fent who are here and ready to show the world what we're doing. And we've got male and male identifying allies here. So hello to all of you. I'm part of the trainings team, and we're going to have a refresher, Know Your Rights, just on the other side of the entrance to the tube station there. So just over towards Hard Rock Cafe, we're going to have a refresher, Know Your Rights, in 5 or 10 minutes. So if you want to brush up on the legalities of protest before we set off, then please join us. New people are welcome, and for those of you who've had it but want to catch up, it's just going to be right down there. I'll see you there. Big love, everyone.
And I'm going to introduce to you now somebody who represents youth. And youth are a terribly important part of our movement because, of course, they are going to take the brunt of what we are already seeing being put up there, which will stay there for a very long time. And as you know, it will probably hit 1.6 whether we like it or not. And they talk about it coming down to 1.4 after that, but it could easily go much further. And it's to do with at least 100 years of carbon dioxide. Once it gets up there, it's extremely difficult to get down. So we do know that we are facing not just an immediate crisis, but a long-term one. And youth are the people who are going to have to live through it. So I want to introduce to you Lily Wilson, who's already here to talk for youth.
Hello. Hi, I'm Lily, and today I'd like to talk to you about why it's so important we keep fighting for climate justice, however dire the situation today. As an activist, I, and I think others too, sometimes worry we may already have gone too far. That before many of us were even born, the fossil fuel burning and the wealth hoarding had taken the steps necessary to kill 1 million species, and eventually us. Whilst it is undeniable that some tipping points may already have been crossed, such as the collapse of the Western Antarctic ice sheet, what I find interesting is how few of us express this fear aloud. Late at night, we might talk quietly about it to each other. Thanks. But I've never really seen this fear put on our placards or our posters. For me, what's so beautiful about this is it shows however much is already lost. Instead of giving in, we keep campaigning for what remains and for what tipping points have not been crossed. This is in and of itself an act of love, because we realise that however dire the situation, there's enough life left to save that we won't stop fighting for it. There's enough untouched forest and unknown ocean to make up for all of the tragedy of what's already been taken in the pursuit of monetary gain. Better than this, today we are now more capable than ever of knowing who to hold accountable for this, and for the vast majority of emissions already taking lives around the world. You probably already know this, but 100 fossil fuel companies around the globe have historically been responsible for 70% of global emissions. Some say higher. It probably is higher. Animal agriculture has a massive role to play too, specifically when it comes to methane emissions. But with fossil fuel companies, it is easier to find concise company names to hold accountable, such as BP, Chevron, Shell, just to name a few. And more than this, what I find so intriguing is that there are real faces behind these companies too, who love just like us, but believe that the hoarding of wealth is what will bring them happiness, and not a living, breathing planet for their children to inherit. And so far, these companies' leaders have been dodging every step towards meaningful change. with a mask of lawyers and advertisement greenwashing. After all, at this point, every solar plant Shell invests in is a drop in the ocean compared to the landscapes they've already burned and the lives they've already destroyed. We are beyond the need for a minuscule performative reduction in emissions from these companies. We need a reversal for these companies to lock away their carbon for good. As a young person and as an activist, I've often felt pressured to give succinct reasons as to why we should preserve nature, apart from the simple truth that we cannot breathe without it, that we owe it everything, and that's literally wired in our DNA to find comfort in things as simple as running water, green spaces, and birdsong. I guess since being very young, I've never understood why people with power seem to find any excuse to gloss over what we owe it. I think perhaps I feel this pressure because often when environmentalists are asked to give reasons to preserve nature, they're really being asked to give monetary value to something which inherently is beyond economic worth. After all, what is the point of money without a world in which we can breathe in and equality where people can spend it? With this in mind, this quote I found recently expressed something in words I've been feeling in my heart for a long, long time. It is no answer to say that streams and forests cannot have standing because they cannot speak. Corporations cannot speak either, nor can states, estates, infants, municipalities or universities. Lawyers speak for them. Right now, we speak for them. So to end, I'd like us to keep fighting to protect something of true value, something that protects us unconditionally, that feeds us, gives us shelter, gives us beauty, and let's achieve something for a justice for something that we all love. Thank you so much for listening.
Wasn't she great? It's really important that we hear the voice of young people. It's also important that we hear the voices of non-binary people, and therefore I'm going to ask Seahorse, she/they, Seahorse, to talk to you. Come forward, please.
Hi everybody. Oh wait, I'm very ready to get myself back. Hello. So, yeah, I just thought this is a fun action, so let's get a bit of the internet, you know, but I like that. So, I'm, a non-binary person. I go by she and they pronouns, so like, just switch them up, you know, have a bit of fun. I just want to talk a bit about the gender binary and the way that actually intersects a lot with climate change and with climate destruction. So the gender binary itself is a product of the patriarchy. Not just, like, yes, there's women and there's men, but there's so much more. And the fact that we're all told that we have to be either of these two things is part of the exploitation and the persecution and the binariness of the patriarchy and white supremacy. And like, which obviously we all know is bad, right? Like, that's a bad thing for the planet. That's a bad thing for all of us to have to fulfill these things that we don't need to. The person earlier who said about gender non-conforming as like the way that we save everything, big up that, I love that. So my experience as an activist, sorry, I'm just gonna put my phone away. My experience as an activist, I've experienced sexism in my day-to-day life, right? Most people who are readers then have. Okay, thanks. Sorry, there's so much shouting, it's like overwhelmed. So I've experienced sexism in my day-to-day life, and because I'm read as a woman, right, and I'm not. But I've also experienced that sexism in activist spaces as well, and I think that's really important to speak about. The way that people who are feminine or express their femininity, and the way that there's this expectation of masculinity and this standard that we all have to reach, and for what? Like, we know that caring about the climate is what will save it, and that is historically a very feminine trait. We need to bring back the fact that we all have like masculine and feminine energies, and again, it's the binariness of it that's the issue, and it's causing division when we need more unity. Care for the planet is good. Care for non-binary people, they're good too. And trans people and intersex people, and just get rid of all the binaries that divide us, because they're pointless and they don't do any good, ever. That's my hot take.
Come on.
Hello, lovely people. I think we have been sitting for a while, so now it's time to march. So can I have your attention for just a minute? So please gather your kids, gather your food, gather everything. And we're gonna go down a nice march along Shaftesbury Avenue, which is right behind you. So if you can make sure that you stand behind the samba band and wait for the samba band to set us off, we're gonna go on a nice little march. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the march on this lovely day.
Where we end, we're going to set up again, and you'll hear us more.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, I'll just give it a name. Okay, give me 3 seconds. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Everyone who's just joining us, everyone who's been hanging around with us for the whole morning. Just as sort of an overview for any new people, we are standing currently in Piccadilly Circus. This is the Women's and Fint action, so women, feminine, intersex, non-binary and trans people. And we've had speeches and songs all morning from some really inspirational singers and inspirational speakers. From women from the Greenfield Common, we've had women representing or talking about the needs of people, and particularly women and Fint in the global south. We've had non-binary, trans and Fint perspectives on the climate crisis. And we are about to march. We don't know where, but there's going to be summer band, there's going to be music, and we're going to go and make something beautiful somewhere else. While we're waiting, I'll just sort of add a little bit more. If you're staying at home for whatever reason, if you can't come to London, I just want to assure you that your energy, your spirit is just as valuable and is just as worthwhile as everyone else who is standing here. There's so much that you can do when you are at home, whether that's participating in the digital rebellion. Check out the Extinction Rebellion website and there'll be links to that. Talking about this to other people, talking about it to your neighbours, to your friends, to your family, contacting local councils and MPs and asking them to take action, finding out where your bank invests its money, see if you can change bank or challenge them to invest somewhere that is greener and safer and more sustainable. Think about where your pension is. Yesterday we had an action from XR elders and XR grandparents asking for a greener pension so that we don't all die from climate change. So check where your pension is and ask them to make it greener if possible. But even if you can't do that, even if you're just watching here, we know that you're here and that you're watching with us, and we thank you for that. As we've been sitting here today, as well as having speeches, XR Families has always had a sort of a patch for anyone with children, any caring responsibilities. And I'll see if I can find it, but they had this wonderful mosaic of chalk images from chalk doodles, chalked inscriptions on the ground. I'll see if I can find it.
Do you want me to give you the email? Oh, the other thing you should always do though is oh yes, yeah, that's true. Oh, I must have just left.
Are you joining in? I kind of going to film the market.
We are here in the City of London on Walbrook at the headquarters of Vanguard Asset Management. This is the Charred Earth Awards, being given to all those great financial institutions that profit from and invest in rainforest destruction. And Vanguard has got a top award because it's the world's largest investor in coal. They invest substantially in companies which are destroying the Amazon rainforest, and they have assets of £7.2 trillion. So the protest here today is asking for them to reinvest that money in sustainable options and not in destroying the Amazon, which is obviously so important for the ecological well-being of this planet. Just while we wait for the awards to commence, Vanguard has invested in Vale, which is a Brazilian mining giant, and Anglo-American also for mining, and the world's largest meat processor, JBS, which in fact the Bureau for Investigative Journalism investigated in the last year and have looked at all of the ways that JBS is involved in the UK and how even eating chicken, if I remember correctly, from UK factories has been often, it can be linked back from ownership to JBS because they are also involved in the supply chain of soya into the UK. So that one's just off the top of my head because I remembered I read it quite a few months ago, but it's stuck in my mind. So if any of you who are watching the live stream have better information than I, if I've told a lie, please do share. Very iconic buildings here at Walbrook. So this is the headquarters of Vanguard in the UK. On the other side we have Bloomberg Building with the Mithraeum, which was, and here we go. I
On this lovely sunny afternoon in Walbrook, outside headquarters of Vanguard Financial Management, I welcome you. I welcome you sincerely to this award ceremony where we're going to congratulate and celebrate Vanguard in all its achievements around the world. Vanguard, as you know, is a very large investment management company that holds funds to the value of $7.2 trillion that it shares out around to companies that invest in all sorts of walks of life. Primarily, what is most profitable at the moment is investing it into clearing the Amazon. Because in the Amazon, you can get cattle road, you can grow soya, you can look for mineral deposits like many American companies want to do at the moment, and it's very successful. At the moment, there probably is no other business that is more profitable than wrecking the Amazon. So therefore, we want to celebrate it and give you even more today to Vanguard. It's called the Charred Earth Award. And to this effect, I've now got a trophy here. I'm going to hand over to Mr. James Vanguard, who is a representative from Vanguard Management Investment. It is a great pleasure to hand it over on behalf of everybody who is representing Vanguard. And I'm sure he would like to say a few words of thank you.
Many thanks.
It's a great honour for me to be here today on behalf of Vanguard to accept this Child Earth Award. It's a great honour. As you know, millions of people have invested in our pensions, their future security, in funds managed by Vanguard. We never forget that. We are very proud of our client-first philosophy, and we have a keen eye for investment, which provide a handsome return, not only for us, but for all those who entrust their money with us. Right now, there are huge opportunities for investment as President Bolsonaro opens up the Amazon rainforest for economic exploitation. Cattle ranchers, mining companies, cattle feed corporations, and hydroelectric plants, they will all be looking to clear vast areas of the rainforest assets and will look to Vanguard to fund this bonanza. We will back those who make the biggest profits because our role is to ensure that our customers continue to make a serious return. Vanguard is very proud to accept this award, and rest assured we will continue to earn eye-watering profits, whatever the challenge is. Thank you. On the red carpet, please. Thank you.
Vanguard, 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 Vanguard.
So if you're wondering what that sound is at the moment, for our viewers, sorry, my audio went out there. If you are wondering what that sound is, that is the sound of the Amazon being cut down and all of the animals that live in it being killed and displaced by deforestation, for mining, deforestation for ranching. And Vanguard, as we said, is the is a huge sponsor of JBS, which is one of the biggest meat processors in the world. and also of Anglo-American and Vale mining companies. The fake CEOs have just received their Charter Award. And I'll hand you over now to something else happening very spicy.
Okay, so we are here in Oxford Circus. A whole load of pink lock-ons have just been brought out of a van. Traffic has been brought to a standstill. This is another Extinction Rebellion action taking place in London. Several lock-ons in the street across the whole of the crossroads at Oxford Circus.
Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion!
Structure is being built in the centre.
Climate justice! Now! Climate justice! Now! Rebellion!
So there's a circle of women holding hands around the pink structures that are being put in place. Anybody want to tell me what's going on? I think they're a bit busy at the moment. So there's a circle of women in black around the pink structures, which appear to be lock-ons. Quick construction work going on here. We're in the middle of Oxford Circus in the road junction. All traffic has been stopped in all directions. I can hear police sirens. Police sirens are going. The pink construction's still being built.
What are you going to do to me, mate? Go and call them.
This is all taking place in Oxford Circus. Come out a little bit.
Let's take the system down to its
Lock-on still going into place, being put in place.
I am resilient.
police have come in, they're shouting. It's quite full. Police are moving in extremely heavy-handedly. A lot of shoving and shouting going on at the moment. This is the middle of Oxford Circus. The police have just arrived. Large pink structure. Lots of hit songs. The lockdown activists are singing songs. It's a non-violent campaign group.
We're non-violent. You haven't got a chance. The police just jumped in and were quite bad and some people fell on the floor.
Step back forward, step back. My camera not for the police. I think the police are moving the circle out to a wider area now. They're singing, so I don't think we're going to get... Excuse my camera. Sorry about that. More police are reviving, I can hear sirens. So we have the pink structure in the middle of Oxford Circus. We have several of these block-on cubes. Anybody want to say? Yep.
We're blocking this road in protest at the government's inaction on the climate emergency. So women's action, it's women, non-binary, trans, intersex only, and it's an invitation to all women and non-binary people and everyone to come to the table and step into their and help us together solve the climate and ecological emergency. No, we are the people we've been waiting for, and it's an invitation to all women to come and join us in sorting this out.
You okay? So, Anyone up for an interview? Anyone up for saying a few words to camera?
Who's it for?
For Facebook.
Somebody else can do
Okay,
that.
anyone up for saying a few words to camera? Would you say a few words to camera? Okay. Freelance. Hi, so where you are and what's going on?
Oh, hi, my name's Rachel. I'm just here because it's time that something happened about fossil fuels. We need to stop investing in fossil fuels, and the government needs to take some action as if this was an emergency, because that's actually what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just going to move around, see if I can get to any of the other ones. Hi, can I squeeze through? Anyone up for talking to camera at all? Yeah, I will.
Hi, I'm in Oxford Circus, right in the middle of Oxford Circus, and we are lots and lots of women and Fint people, so Fint is female, intersex, non-binary and trans people blocking the road in Oxford Circus, and we are blocking the road to highlight the importance of women coming to the table and taking their part in climate activism and climate talks. Women are disproportionately affected by climate change, and they will be disproportionately affected by climate change, particularly in the countries that will be hit the hardest and the fastest in the global south. So we want everybody in this country and around the world, we want all women, all intersex, non-binary and trans people as well, to come to the table and take their place, because if they do and if we do, then we are going to be fucking powerful. So we are having a great time here today. We're locked on. We've got a lot of people locked on, not that many police so far. So yeah, we're having a great time. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So this is a lock-on in the middle of Oxford Circus in London. Extinction Rebellion rebels have taken over the centre of yet another road with lots of pink structures. Anyone up for interviews? It's fine, it's fine. Just going to make my way through here. Hi, can I squeeze past? Sorry, can I squeeze past? Is that right? Are you going to the beach? No, I'm going that way. Hello. Hi, is anyone here up for an interview? Anyone up for... Hi, do you want to talk to camera? Yeah? Could you talk to camera? Oh, you can't. Sorry, I'll hold that.
Yeah, on the Oxford Circus, we have a few women who are locked onto tubes and boxes. We are here to denounce that the government is not doing enough about the climate and ecological emergency, to ask them to keep fossil fuel in the ground. And as women, we are particularly sensitive to that, because the women are the first one who will suffer in this crisis, with children actually. Considering that UNICEF has just released a report saying that more than 1 billion children are exposed now to the climate crisis and will suffer from it. So
it's time for the women to stand up and make men understand what's going on, and men in power, especially men in power. So we are here for that.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to talk to camera? To camera? Yeah.
I'm here today because what else can I do? I'm 77, I've got children and grandchildren, but for the whole world, what else can I do but be here?
Do you want to say anything? Mom! 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 Police officers, this is the reason I'm doing it. Extinction! How beautiful do we all look today? Woo! Make some noise! Can we make it a bit louder, please? Come on! Extinction! 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 Okay, let's. What do we want? Okay, we need to do that a little bit louder, right? What do we want? When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Extinction! 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 Look at all those beautiful women. Give yourself a round of applause! Tell us what's going on here.
So we're at the middle of the Wednesday Rebellion Women's Action. Just place. They got some boxes set up in the middle of Oxford Circus in centre. Obviously, an extremely disruptive. It's the third day in a row that we've managed to, which obviously a lot of people are frustrated with, but the disruption we're causing now is negligible compared to the untold damages that will come as a result of the breakdown of our natural systems. This isn't a belief system, this is a measurable process that is being observed and acknowledged on every scientific level throughout the world. All of our leading scientists, we've had the second IPCC report coming out in as many years, telling us that we are heading for collapse of our society if we don't change the way that we are living right now. The breakdown of our natural systems is, and people are already suffering, people are already dying. This is not a future problem, this is a now problem. Today, crisis, are dying, people are burning in their homes. We are having unprecedented in East locust movies that have not been when events are getting worse. This is a measurable process, an easily measurable process. Of course, for a minimum of 2 degrees of warming, this is going to cause untold chaos and collapse of our society. This is going to be mass murder, mass rape. I hate to say these things, but this is what happens if you look at the societal collapse of any civilization. These are the things that happen without any shadow of a doubt. It's the same process we see throughout history, and we have the power, we have the technology, we have the information, we have the intelligence to do something else in these times, and still all we see is failure at all international levels of primary, secondary, third sectors. All of them are refusing to take the significant steps that are necessary, and the longer we delay, the more significant the steps have to be, and we still refuse to take them. And so all these young people here, all these women that are refusing to have children because they believe they cannot bring them into this kind of a dire world, these are the realities that people are doing. It's nothing compared to the suffering of people in the global south, but still, this is our life, and this is the reality that we refuse to have children, to refuse to engage in the society that we live in because it is so horrendous. The dark there is real, and the longer we ignore it, the bigger and more it shrouds over everything. And so we continue to take no action, and so we have to continue to take it. We break the law to make the law change. And so today, and that's what we've been doing this week, and we will continue until next week as well.
Thank you so much.
Next to the big, beautiful
5 minutes.
Where are you from?
I'm in the middle of Oxford Circus, and I'm just going to interview this very brave young woman who is locked on a pink structure. Can you tell me why and what you're hoping to achieve?
Okay, I'm here as part of Extinction Rebellion's Impossible Rebellion, which is we're on our third day of. This is supposed to represent a table. We didn't quite get that far because the police intervened, but it would have been a table. Our message has come to the table. So this is a women Fint-led action, and we are. The mission of this is to invite everybody, the public, who we know. I believe are scared just because their house might have already been flooded, probably be flooded all this around the world, or their future. Worried like I am, and I want them to come to the table. The government has shown they're incapable or unwilling to have the hard conversations that we need to be having. So we're here doing it for them, and we're calling it crisis talks, and we just want everyone to come down and have a discussion with us about what crisis means to them and what we're going to do about it.
Thank you.
Lucy Hugger from XR Scientists. Can we give Lucy some love?
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Lucy Hogarth. I'm an astrophysicist. I'm autistic. I want to give a shout out to all of the neurodiverse people here because only we know how hard it is for us to be here. I'm here today as a member of XR Scientists, and I want to talk to you about something a bit different, and that's something observational scientists like me know a hell of a lot about, which is uncertainty, and how ignoring it has made it seem impossible for us to act on the climate crisis. To most people, uncertainty means not being sure about something. If I say there's uncertainty in a measurement or outcome in everyday language, you might interpret what I said as meaning I'm not sure that the measurement or outcome is correct. However, you'd be wrong. And so much misunderstanding and undermining climate science has come out of that one word, uncertainty. So what do I mean by uncertainty? Let's say I have a ruler, which I do, where the smallest division is in millimeters. If I were to ask you to measure something with this ruler, how precise do you think you could be? Maybe you could get the measurement right to within half a millimeter or a quarter, but definitely not to the nearest micrometer. That's a thousandth of a millimeter, because your scale is just too big. That is uncertainty. If I were to measure something, I would add that to my measurement. Usually for a ruler, that would be half of the smallest division, so I'd say 5 centimeters plus or minus 0.5 millimeters. When you're measuring things as complex as the climate, you're going to have a lot of measurements that have uncertainties, like temperature, sea level rise, CO2 concentration. All of those carry an uncertainty, a range which indicates how precisely we can measure those things. When you're trying to simulate future climate models using those measurements, those uncertainties become important and mean that the predictions you make naturally have a range of values. But there's another source of uncertainty, and that's to do with complexity.
The police are just doing what the police do, which is try and fuck things up, and we don't give a fuck what they're doing, okay? Pay them no mind, it's just a distraction. They're not moving anything forward, they can take space around us and we're taking space. We're reclaiming our time and they need to just work according to plan. Please come. Who's streets? Who's streets? Who's streets? Who's streets? So please remember that. So also the police we came here peacefully. I'm tired of us having to explain that we're peaceful, when the police are the perpetrators that constantly take and violate our rights. We know that there's a woman who peacefully was protesting and taking her legal rights, and she's been hurt, she's been manhandled, and yet we need to make sure we let people know the truth. Too much of this needs to stop. We have the right to take to the streets. Nothing that we've worked for came easy, and it's not okay for this bully mentality. See, we pay for you to do this job. It's not for you to terrorize us. We have a voice and influence. We deserve to take to the streets. Where do we want? Where do we want it? Where do we want? Where do we want it? And now I'm going to pass it back to this beautiful scientist.
I'll start where I left off. There's another source of uncertainty though, and that's to do with complexity. A big part of my job is trying to boil down an observation of a galaxy to a basic model that captures the essential science. A model never fully captures all that information, as to capture everything, we'd have to know the complete history of the objects we're studying, and the history of all its component parts. So I'll give an example of what I'm talking about. Say I want to predict the orbit of a planet, let's say Mars. Newton's equations of planetary motion will give you a pretty good estimate of where Mars would be at what point, but although it will give me a simplified version of its orbit, it will tell me nothing about the small wobbles and discrepancy that Mars has on its path around the Sun. To know that, I'd have to have full knowledge of how Mars formed, where all the other planets were when it formed, and where they'd all been since. And maybe even go back as far as when the solar system was created. No computer could simulate this, and even if we tried, we'd get an infinite range of results, as the interactions in the solar system are complex and depend on how much it interacts with every part in every other time. The climate is the same in terms of understanding things like how one weather system interacts with one another, and precisely how temperature will respond to changes in CO2 concentration in every place. That's why weather forecasts are very good at predicting large-scale heat waves, but less good at whether that heat wave will affect your house or area specifically. General trends we can capture with the basic science. The exact interactions, though, would probably require more computing power than every computer combined on Earth right now, or possibly ever. That's why climate scientists are always hesitant to say whether a specific extreme weather event is caused by climate change, but have no problem saying that climate change will cause an increase in the frequency and severity of such events. Climate science is intrinsically a data science. I mentioned at the beginning that I'm an observational physicist, which means I'm really used to handling these limitations in our knowledge and seeing the core science in the mess of data. However, there's a different subset of physicists, theorists, who come up with the simple models that we use that have caused a bit of a problem when they forget that their models only work up to a point. I'm going to talk briefly about one of those problems that just infuriates me, because it's largely thanks to a lot of physicists. And that is how theorists and physicists designed our economy. So I'm going to give an abstract example of how our economy is meant to work using this pendulum. Now, if I swing the pendulum a bit, it will oscillate around a mean position in the centre. This is how theorists designed the economy. Essentially, the market keeps us around this centre point, and if it swings too far one way, its mechanisms bring it back into the middle, or it gets a helping hand from the government. The idea is that the status quo is optimal because the market brought us there. You can begin to see how limiting this idea is with a problem like the climate crisis, when you have to imagine that your status quo is going to change. On a day-to-day basis, however, we're trapped by this imaginary optimal point that it never makes sense to move away from, as to do so would be to choose a suboptimal economy. By the time the climate forces our hand and the status quo does change, finding that optimal point will be about mitigation, trying to minimise the cost of damage, not about preventing the damage in the first place. This is the limitation of a model, just like with Newton's equations, that knows nothing about external forces that can affect your status quo. Climate change is like the approaching asteroid that passes by Jupiter and causes a chain reaction of planetary movement that leads to Mars being flung out of the solar system entirely. And Newton's equations wouldn't see that coming. How can we make this better, though? Well, I've got another abstract example for you. An hourglass. So move past this being an hourglass for a minute and all the meaning that that has, and just have a look at the sand pile at the bottom. If you can't see, just imagine. As the sand piles up, there are a load of small and huge avalanches that constantly reshape and reconfigure the sand pile. You can no longer model this pile by modelling each single grain separately, only by the system as a whole. It doesn't matter how well your theory can predict the motion of a grain of sand, no one can model this system. This is actually a pretty good representation of our economy, moving suddenly from different configurations and equilibria through massive and sudden innovations when the previous configuration breaks down. It happened historically through social revolutions and technological innovations. So why don't we just innovate if that's what we've done in the past? That's a question I've recently found so fascinating and infuriating that I wanted to share with you today. Innovation and change happen because the force of opportunities that change bring become irrepressible. But I think this may be the first time that the risk of not changing are so high, and getting higher with every passing day. So innovation has to be accelerated. Our simple pendulum will wait and wait past irreversible tipping points in our climate system, desperately protecting its status quo until it is taken away, which is far too late. The uncertain risks of acting now extend pretty much infinitely, but if we do act now, so do the opportunities. I want to finish with a couple. I've wanted to study the universe all of my life, but now I can no longer justify looking to the stars while the earth is burning under my feet. My life is now dedicated to being as big of a nuisance as possible. And I've learned that the relentless nature of my autism makes me pretty good at that. That probably means throwing in the astrophysics and trying to apply all I know about the limitations of a simple model to how we can make our future possible. I can't pretend, however, that looking away from the stars breaks my heart. But I reckon if fortune favours the bold,
then so does our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Another big round of applause for Lucy the scientist, please. So, as you can see, we've got some friends here trying to divide us. So if you're on the other side of the police line, we welcome you to take a seat. Everybody is welcome at this table, whether you're in front of the police line or behind the police line. Please take a seat. We welcome you to the space. Each and every one of you are welcome here.
What's your name?
Don't say anything.
Hi, so can you explain what happened? I think just hold it really close, but tell us what happened to you as you came into Oxford Circle and we were all glued on, and very quickly the police just ran at us, like a group of them, and forced their way through and ripped the glue off. And they've hurt my hand, very painful, and they were very violent, totally unconsidered. We were screaming that we were glued, and they took no notice. They just ran through us and ripped us apart. And it's just horrible, horrible violence against women. Just horrible. Sorry that happened to you.
up for an interview at all?
We've got an amazing young
Anyone up for an interview?
person who's going to
interviews,
read
anyone?
something out to you to set the scene of why we're here. Because I need us to remember why we're here. Because we know the media is always going to tell their lies. I'm looking at my sister right now, and my sister has been hurt. And it really hurts to know the most softest, kindest, non-violent person I know in the space. While she informed the police that she was glued on, they ripped her, and look, she is hurt. I don't want anyone, the things that we need to understand that the policing the crime sentencing bill has not been passed. But I feel like these guys have not got the message because they're moving a little bit bougie and we don't understand what's going on. So you need to check yourself and check your privilege in everything you do. Big up to love to my sister there! And this is the beautiful Rolly. Give Rolly some love.
Yeah, I'm Rolly. I usually live on the HS2 camps, and I spend a lot of time squatting around London, you know, fighting the homeless crisis as much as we can and fighting HS2. I spent 10 days in the Euston Tunnel eviction, and I just want to... I just wanted to highlight that before I start, that we're here as XR, but also there's a lot of people from Stop HS2 as well, and we're standing in solidarity together. We are Extinction Rebellion. We are here with an invitation to come to the table, to pull up a chair and talk about the crisis. What is your crisis, to create the solution together, because the government failed us. We are here to say the harm to stop all fossil fuel funding now. The crisis is happening now. We are also happening now. We are coming together on the face of this crisis. We are having crisis talks today. Come and talk to us, talk to any of us. This invitation is designed and led by women and Fint people who are female, intersex, non-binary and trans. These are the people whose voices are heard the least, but most affected by the crisis. Across the world, women bear the brunt of the climate crisis, just as they have suffered the worst effects of the pandemic crisis. So those are the words of someone else, but I've read them out for them. Thank you.
I really want you to understand what bravery Rolly has put herself through. 10 days underground, guys. This is what she brings to the table. This is the story that she's bringing to share with us. What does resistance look like? What does feminine power look like? And how amazing that she's so young and is able to teach us so much. And that's what the Crisis Talks table is about. What can we teach each other? What do we need to learn? How do we need to stand together and mobilize, where we get a government that starts listening? We get a police force that understands that it is everyone's duty. And you know what the word duty means. It is everyone's duty to look after humankind. And that's what we are doing here today.
I think I want to take a moment and thank every woman who is here right now. Every woman or womex, trans women, are women, point blank. I want to celebrate every woman part of XR families too, who come out, even though they have other responsibilities, and bring their children into the space. We love you, we celebrate you. I also want to thank our non-binary, beautiful specimens. We love you, we thank you. I also want to thank our trans women. I want you to know we fight for you. So the black women, Queen Shebas, I want you to know you matter to us. I speak about the indigenous women. I speak about the women also in Haiti who their voices are not being heard and they're facing the disaster that we know this country has contributed to. We need to hold things in responsibility. Let's have this conversation. Turn to your neighbors. Talk about how do we come up with a solution. Who is missing from this conversation? And how do we bring them back in? That's the most important thing. I'm going to do a little sing-along really quickly. You know what song I'm going to do because there's only one I know to do. But this time we're going to just flip it from people to women. Is that cool? Power to the women. The women's got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? They're getting stronger by the hour. Power, women, power, women, power to the women. The women got the power. Tell me, can you hear them? They're getting stronger by the hour. Power, women, power, women, power, mothers, power, children, power to the people. The people got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? They're getting stronger by the hour. Power, people, power, people. Whose streets? Whose streets?
So remember, the love and courage that is being shown here, and that is what is being demonstrated to anyone outside of the circle, inside the circle, and beyond who's listening to this. This is love. This is what love looks like. This is courage. Courage calling all women who have got the ancestor spirit of love and courage within them to rise and rise together. Now we welcome any of you, and obviously do be patient with us, but if you want to share a few words, come on over, and especially the young, we really welcome you to come on over, and let's see if we can get some more voices onto this mic and share some stories.
Hey, can you help Peel? Yeah. Sorry, can you say it properly?
I've got it, thanks.
Yeah.
Is there any other singers around in the circle? Or someone with a guitar? I know you guys didn't used to be asking for a guitar each time. So anyone that has that? Have we got some singers in here? From the singing group? No. You do it.
Okay, if any of our singing crew are inside the police kettle, can you get yourself ready to sing?
You're welcome to leave. Anybody wants to leave?
Everyone knows this song, we've been practicing it, we've seen it, okay? 1, 2, well.
We're not leaving.
Oh, we have Miriam, got Miriam. Okay, ready? We are resilient, that one, yeah? We are resilient, we trust the movement. Women in the center, it's handing down. We're bringing the system right down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. My voice feels tiny, so does yours. Let us all together make a mighty roar. Let's take the system down, down to its knees. Let's take the system down, down to its knees. Let's take the system down, down to its knees. Let's take the system down, down. Should we go again? Everyone get joining in. Not mic problems. Let's give it another go. Everyone's singing together with our brave sisters in the middle here, fighting for climate justice. I am resilient, I trust the movement, women at the center, it's happening now. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. My voice feels tiny, I'm so sure does yours. Put them all together, make a mighty roar. I am resilient, I trust the movement, women at the center, it's happening now. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Sing it! Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. My voice feels tiny, I'm so sure it's yours. Put them all together, make a mighty I am resilient, I trust the movement, women at the center, it's happening now. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Let's bring the system down, down to its knees. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. So please come join us while we've still got something to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. So please come and join us while we've got something left to lose. Soon and very soon, we are going to make a change. Soon and very soon, we are going to make a change. Soon and very soon, we are going to make the change. So please come and join us while we make the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to make the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to make the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to make the change. So please come and join us while we make the change. Soon and and very soon, we are going to see the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the change. So please come and join us while we see the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the change. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the change. So please come and join us while we see the change. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. Soon and very soon, we'll have nothing left to lose. So please come and join us, we've got something left to lose. Hello everyone. Are you up for learning a new song? I said, are you up for learning a new song? I'm stalling because I can't remember which song it was. Okay. Well, okay, it's not a new song, but it's a new song to me. Okay, it's not a new song at all. So it goes like this, call and response. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. You sing. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stone. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stone. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Okay, again. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stone. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stones. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stones. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Are you listening? Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stone. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. Are you listening? Are you listening? Sing it! Are you listening? Are you listening? One more time! Put your roots down, put your feet on the ground. You can hear what she says if you listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stones. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across your bones. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Do one more song for now. Shout out to all you lot. Good job, eh? Pretty good job. If you're on the outside of the circle and you're wondering what the heck's going on, basically, we're in a climate and ecological catastrophe. It's an emergency. And it's up to us to force change. And it is a resistance because we're being pushed back against. It's illogical, but we are. Some people want to make a hefty amount of cash before they leave the planet. I don't know. It doesn't really make much sense to me. I quite like sharing my friends and just chilling out. But anyway, so basically we all really need to keep pushing on because it is a resistance and it's going to feel hard at times, which is why we need to stand together, hold each other's hands, let each other's tears fall, because it's painful, it's a grief process and it's hard, but this is all right, so keep at it.
Just a couple of segments. Just a couple of segments. I've only got one hand.
Oh, okay, of course.
I really hate to interrupt this beautiful music because I'm so impressed, just so gorgeous. So for people outside the cordon, if you are new to Extinction Rebellion, we want to invite you to a non-violent direct action training. Woo! It's really important that we understand how to do this non-violently and safely. So if you go up Regent Street, there's a beautiful round church and it's away from the noise, and that's where we're going to be teaching you to do this safely. We're also going to be talking about know your rights, about the legalities of street protest, and we'll tell you all about the beautiful things of Extinction Rebellion. So we're inviting new rebels to go up Regent Street towards that round church. I think it's called All Saints. We really want to help you do this well. We love you. Thank you, everybody. And beautiful music.
Thanks, Suzanne, for all the work. Yay! Good night, guitar. I don't do this very often. Okie dokie. Everybody take a deep breath in and out.
For a second.
Sorry?
Yes.
Take it easy over there, guys. Send me lots of love. Never doubt that a small group of people can change the world indeed. It is the only thing that ever has. Never doubt that a small group of people can change the world indeed. It is the only thing that ever has never done. That a small group of people can change the world indeed. It is the only thing that ever has never done. That a small group of people can change the world indeed. It is the only thing that ever has never done. That a small group of people can change the world indeed. It is the only thing that's ever has never doubt that a small group of people can change the world indeed. It is the only thing that ever has never doubt, never doubt, never doubt. I'm going to come back in a bit because obviously, love. I had like a dream. I do a lot of singing in my head. It's like non-stop. I always dream about like doing stuff with bigger crowds and like learning like different parts. But it's going to be really simple. But I think someone else is going to come and speak now, and then maybe we could like do a little bit of like energetic stuff later. But for now, love you.
What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Can we get Robin? Is Fint in the house? Female, intersex, non-binary, and trans. I'm going to tell you something you may already know, but when you think about who holds families together, who holds communities together, who holds individuals together, Fint people have been at the centre of that since the dawn of time. Cherish your Fint people. Cherish us. Because we have something that some people here don't have. Resilience. We have creativity in trying to get past problems when the system doesn't allow us to be free and to survive. I want to make a big shout out to Fint people of the South World. These people, and I especially want to say two-spirited people, I don't know if there's any folk in the house, they guide us through their adversity, through history. They are still here. They are still living. Women, the divine, the feminine, the non-binary, the intersex and the trans, we know how to get shit done. When everything falls apart, the women
As I said, the feminine, the divine, we hold shit together. We know the climate crisis hits our communities worse than any other because we know women and children are left behind. We know the disabled are left behind. We know the non-binary are left behind. We need to save Finch first, the disabled first, because if we do that, if we centre Finch people, we will save everyone. Truth! I can't hear you, people. I can't fucking hear you. And the last thing, they're not going to let me through, I've tried. The thing I want to say, and this is just personal, I come from an island called Grenada. It's a little speck in the Caribbean. It is terribly at danger from sea rise level, and temperature rises. 1.5 to survive is the campaign to save the Caribbean. We're due to exceed that within 30 years. Who is going to save us? Are you going to stand for us? Are you going to make sure that all communities around the world... Please let me out after this. I want to do a smoke. Sorry guys, I do get freaked by police. I do. I'm sorry, I do get freaked.
We love you!
The Caribbean has a strong history and tradition of Africans who were enslaved and trafficked and put in the West Indies to live a life of servitude. We fought back with the Haitian Revolution. And I stand on the shoulders of my ancestors in this country. And I will not be silent while my country of Grenada and the Caribbean is thrown to the dogs. We are not less than. We are not less than. I think the last thing I want to say is, and this is to the randoms who've got nothing to do with Extinction Rebellion, who think we're a pain in the fucking arse. They don't like the fact that we stop and block roads. They don't like that we throw paint at banks. We need the fossil fuels to stop. We need the investment to stop. Yes. If we don't stop this, we're going to fucking die. Yes. Because of living in Europe and in other countries like us who have huge resources, we think we're cushioned. I remember watching a video of a woman who unfortunately suffered during the floods in Germany. And blessings to all those people, the Germans, I think it was Poland, might have been Belgium, I can't remember now. But the score was, I remember her saying, but this only happens to poor countries. Do you think the weather gives a shit whether you're rich or poor? When middle class people decide they don't want cars going down their road because of air pollution, do you think air gives a shit when you're in a poor or rich neighbourhood? Yes. We are part of nature, and if we ignore her might, we will drown. And lastly, what I want to say is, thank you to every single one of you who have turned up. You are the remedy. You must keep strong. You must keep strong, and you must fight. If you don't fight, we're gonna be dead. And just because the rest of the people can't see it, doesn't mean we stop doing it. I'm a bit nervous because I'm in the wrong side, but I'm hoping to be able to get out. I fucking love you too. I've been at home, you know, and like I've got an old dear, obviously, and like I talked to her about the West Indies, and I don't want it to end up something that's talked about because it no longer exists. We have a wonderful culture. We've brought music to this world. We've had some of the greatest politicians that come out, you know, across the whole of the Caribbean. And if you've got to fight for us, you've got to fight for us, because otherwise we're fucked and we're gone. I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you to our brave rebel.
I think I'm looking at the energy in the space. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to Alfie and their bravery. I want to take this moment if you're listening to this and if you don't feel worried, if you hear what Alfie said and all you can do is clap, if this is just another speech and you don't act now, then what are we doing? What Alfie said there, I had to just stop and stay still. It's already a climate. What Robin said there has been something that really changed my mind in every way. Our world is going. It's an emergency already in the global south. And I know I'm normally your hype woman, but burnout is burnout. Our world is actually burning. This is not like we're not making it up. Do you think we want to just come on the streets? Do you think we don't want to be around our kids right now? Do you think we don't want to be doing other things to help other people? But we have no choice. This is not an option. This is our life. So I need us to understand that the action we're taking today, we are on the right side of history. It doesn't matter what narrative they try and paint in the newspaper tomorrow. We don't care about what money that they're losing right now, because this capitalist system was built on the colonial backs of my ancestors. And we need to decolonize the economy. We need to stand united. My children deserve to be in this world. They did not cause this damage. They don't deserve to pay for it. They deserve to be in an equitable society where their voices matter, where their life matters. You know, when we say, I can't breathe, there are people who can't breathe because an incinerator is going to be built in Enfield. There are people who can't breathe in places like Nigeria. There are people who can't breathe in places like Guyana. There are people who can't breathe in India. There are people who need you to do something. So yes, you're here right now. And I thank you for being here. But I need you to always be here. It's not something you can tap in and tap out. We don't want no part-time activated human beings. We're not activists, we're just activated human beings. And we're standing on our truths. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? What do we want? When do we want it? I like that. Yesterday, right? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Do you know what? I love the vibration. You're beautiful rebels. Give a round of applause to all the rebels! Big up to all the women who are standing united, who are standing in strength. Can I also ask if you have an umbrella, if you do have an umbrella, if you can be an ally and check your privilege and see if you can stand next to one of these beautiful specimens and just protect them from the sun. If you got some sun cream, please go and rub it on them. Ask their consent first before you touch anybody. Consent is a good word to use. Ask consent. And I'm going to pass it to Clarice. Show some love for my sister. I love this woman, you know. She's just amazing. Do you know what? Can you just turn around and look at the woman next to you and just tell her, you're just amazing. You're so phenomenal. If you're a man, you can turn to a woman. This is the only time I'm giving you permission. You can turn to the woman next to you and say, you're doing a good job. Girl, you're doing a good job. All right, darling. Give Clarissa!
Hi there, Oxford Circus. Hello, hello. And I'm extending this hello out to the people on Oxford Street and Regent Street. All the people walking past right now, the shoppers, if you've just come out of H&M or you're on your way to Nike Town or wherever, you might be walking past thinking, what's going on? What's all these people doing? Why are so many police here? What's going on? Well, we are Extinction Rebellion. You might remember we were here for several days back in 2019. We haven't gone away. We're still here, being annoying, being mucky. And today we're here with an invitation to you. So if you're walking past, this is an invitation to you. If you're walking past, if you're trying to get your bicycle through and you're like, there's too many people, we're really inviting you to just take a couple of minutes to stop and be here with us, because that's our message today, is to come to the table, because we are in crisis. We are in crisis, and the governments and the people in power have failed us. We cannot leave it to career politicians to fix this crisis. We know that. The pandemic crisis has proved that. The climate crisis is happening right now, and it's up to us all to come together and fix that. And so the start point is for you to come. There is a place for you at our table, should you choose to join us. We want to talk with you. We want to listen to you. We want to hear what's happening for you. What is your crisis? And by coming into this space, that includes everybody here. Once you come into this space, then you just simply step in and you have joined our rebellion. That includes the people in yellow jackets standing around. You're one of us now. And everybody needs to know that what we are doing here is non-violent civil disobedience. And there's a few things we have. We have a code which helps us all to remember how to be non-violent, how to be in non-violent civil disobedience. The first one, which is really important, is that we show respect to everyone and each other. We are engaging in no violence, not physical or verbal. and we don't carry any weapons around with us. So if you have a weapon on you, please leave. We hold ourselves accountable for our actions, and we do not hide from the legal consequences. You will have seen lots of people going to court because they stood up for our world and for our climate.
I need a drink. I've got a flask in the back.
We bring no alcohol or illegal drugs into this space. And we do that because we want to be actively engaged what's happening. This is about raising consciousness. It's about bringing ourselves into awareness of this moment, of where we are, of who we're with, and being connected. Because especially in a space like this, that's lined with concrete and stone, it can be easy to forget that we're part of nature, part of this world. We can feel a bit separated from it. We might not even notice that we're separated from it. But we're in touch with it all the time because we're part of it. Each of us are part of it. We carry this with us. So our connection to each other is absolutely crucial and vital. And lastly, we all take responsibility for ourselves. We're all crew. So it's about knowing yourself. This is another reason why we want to be conscious and engage with what's happening, because we need to look after, as well as looking after each other, we need to look after ourselves first. And that way, the burden is lighter on other people, because we all have to carry each other. We want to be able to support that. So really our invitation today includes what we've been doing all week so far and will continue to do. It's something called crisis talks. And this has different forms. And I'm going to invite everybody now in a second to just do a little bit of that by catch the eye of somebody near you, maybe someone you're sitting next to, and just take a moment, if you can hear each other over the drums, to talk to each other and consider first the question, why am I here? Just share with each other. Why are you here? What brought you here today? Just give you a couple of minutes for that.
I'm here today, well,
If one of you has been doing all the talking, you might want to swap over at this point.
School I taught at, yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. I work for Big Zambia as well. I just feel sometimes we can say more about the natural world and what's happening to that.
or standing around outside, feeling confused, wondering what's happening. We are Extinction Rebellion. And this invitation is come to the table, and this invitation is brought to you by women and FINT people. And FINT is an acronym which stands for Female, Intersex, Non-Binary and Trans People. And we're here today inviting you to become engaged. And we've just been having a little chat with each other to talk about what has brought all of us here today. And while you were sharing, I wonder how many people use the word climate. Nobody said the word climate, okay. Who said the words ecological emergency? Some did. Who said the words children? Lots of people. Who talked about future? Some. Who said the words government? Who said the words disappointment? Who said the words anger? Who said they felt let down? Who said that they were afraid? We have so much in common. Who talked about love? Who talked about hope? Who talked about certainty? I'm here about certainty. Lots of people talk about hope. But I'm done with hope. Hope to me sounds like, oh, I'm just going to sit back and hope that someone else fixes it, or hope that it gets better. And the thing is, there's so much that we know. There's so much that we're certain of. The IPCC report that came out recently was unequivocal that we have to stop funding fossil fuels right now, that we have a chance for it to be not as bad as the worst predictions. It's still going to be bad. It's already very bad. All these things we know for certain. We also know for certain that if we stop extracting and burning fossil fuels, then we have a bit of a chance of survival. And we also know that it is possible, that all it takes is a little bit of political willpower. And that's why we're here. That's why we're in the sun. That's why people are sat on a structure. That's why people are glued to each other. Because enough of the bullshit. We know we can do this. We know we can fix this. We know we can come together. And there's a huge percentage of people in this country that know that we're definitely in this crisis and that we can definitely do something about it. And we all know that we are being badly let down. Badly let down by our government, badly let down by people in power. And so the solution is for us to say, okay, whatever, we're going to come together and fix this. Because you're not doing what you should be doing. You're not looking after us. You're not caring for your country. You're not caring for your fellow human beings, for your fellow beings all across the world. And that's why we keep coming out on the streets again and again, even though it's knackering. We have to keep doing this. And I'm really, really grateful to all of you for doing this today and being here. I have the deepest love in my heart for all of you. And I wonder whether we might like to have a little song. Do people feel like singing? And there's somebody sat on the floor just in front of me who wanted to lead us in a song that I think a lot of us know. Would you like to come and do that now?
Hello, you loving.
You loving beings here. I love you all. I'm here for you and the endless others who suffer all around the world. And I would love to have a little rebellious song with you. I sent a screenshot of it to the group, so if you have your phone with you, then you might join in, because I love this from all of my heart. So, we need to wake up, we need to wise up, we need to open our eyes and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We're on a planet that has a problem. We got to solve it, get involved and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Make it greener, make it greener, make it cleaner, make it cleaner, make it last, make it fast, and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. No point in waiting or hesitating. We must get wise, take no more lies and rebel. Now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Now we are fighting for climate justice. We better act high impact and rebel now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Woo-hoo! Extinction! 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 I love you all! Thank you!
Oh, beautiful rebels. We've got a very lovely, super wonderful Pandora's Diary with some music for you. How you doing? Yeah, a little bit. I'm going to play Cover It. Last time I was here, there was a boat in the middle. And then we went round the corner and then we came back again without the boat and took it again. Thank you so much, all you wonderful women standing here. My heart's breaking. We're paradise, what a forgotten love. Incarnation on a swinging hot star. You can sing along if you like. I know that you know, don't know what you got to listen. We're paradise, what a forgotten love. Let's do it one more time, that was beautiful. Don't always seem to know, don't know what you got to listen. We're paradise, what a forgotten love. Chop down all the trees, put them in the tree museum. Okay. Chop down all the trees, put them in the tree museum. happy to see you. Don't seem to go, don't know what you got to say. If paradise put up a parking lot. Oh, seem to go, don't know what you got to let's go. If paradise put up a parking lot. Oh, that's beautiful. I love the backing vocals here, even though it's a lot of feedback right now. Farmer, take away that DDT now. Leave me spots on the apples, only leave the birds and the bees. Don't seem to know, don't know what you got to expect. If paradise put up a parking lot. Don't always seem to go, don't know what you got to let's go. If paradise put up a parking lot. Late last night, heard the screen go slow. Down a big yellow taxi, took away my old name. No, it always seemed to go, don't know what you got to let's go. If paradise put up a parking lot. Don't always seem to go, don't know what you got to let's go. If paradise put up a parking lot. Celebrate paradise put up a parking lot. Thank you so much for singing, it's beautiful. I'm going to do one more hippie song, because unfortunately we've been singing these songs since before I was born, and they fucking still haven't done anything about it. Like, what the fuck, honestly. So, sorry for swearing, I know there's some kids here, but I think sometimes swearing is healthy. Like, in the right use, you've got to use it at the right time, not all the time. Alright, so you probably know this one. Lost a man, walk down before you can hold in my mind. Yes, I know many seas lost in cloud, don't say before he sleeps in the sun. Yes, I know many times lost the cannon, all's fly. Before the forever man. The answer, my friend, is blowing away. The answer is blowing away. I'm on the mountain exists before it is washed to the sea. Yes, I'm home and we can some people exist before they're allowed to be free. Yes, I'm home and I've forgotten words now. Pretending we just can't see the answer. The answer, my friend, is blowing away. The answer is blowing away. The answer, my friend, is blowing away. The answer is blowing away. All right. Thank you. And big cheers to everyone here has been really brave. Wow. So last song is going to be a song called that I wrote myself. It's called Smell the Roses. It's about being in the present. So I think we should all take a deep breath because sometimes it can get a bit much, especially if you're taking action right now like you are. Just take a deep breath in. One more. Let your body relax at the same time. Last time. Beautiful. This song's called Smell the Roses, so it's all about being in the moment. And it's got a singing along bit as well, because I love singing along. It goes like this, so singing along. Join me here. Got it? Keep going. To always be right. Still changing, and by myself. I can change myself, no, I cannot change anybody else. Give up those little believing. Won't you stop? Smell the roses, smell the roses. Won't you stop? Smell the roses. Give up fear and illusions and attachment to the past. Give up those little believing. Let's sing together. Won't change the past, and the future is always love. Give up that past, won't you stop? Smell the roses. Won't you stop? Smell the roses. Give up fear and illusions and attachment to the past. Give up those little believing. I know it's hard. Give up what you think you got. I know it's hard. You'll find it. Will you sing with me? Smell the roses. Stop, smell the roses. Stop. Smell the roses. Remembering to stay present. Stop. Smell the roses. That's right. Keep going. Stop. Smell the roses. Stop. Smell the roses. Stop. Smell the roses. Stop. Smell the roses. Oh, stop. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. I love you. big thank you for Pandora's Diary. That was lovely. Had lots of singing along happening. It was beautiful. We've got another song for you. Oh, we've got a guitar here. That's pretty cool, isn't it? It's amazing the things that people have brought in with them. Roasted nuts, a structure, beautiful structure made of boxes, with beautiful people on top. Much love to you. A sound system. Someone's even got a bicycle in. And a guitar. And a song. Lavender's got a song. In a sec, let's do the technical bit first.
Right, so I'm just moving away from the main stage. So these women here have had their hands locked together for now, glued together, several hours. And, ooh.
Hi everyone. How's everyone feeling? Good energy, yeah?
Is there more music?
I'm going to play a song that I wrote a couple of months ago.
What would you like today? Trying to get my mic.
Being streamlined through. They want to do it as quick as they can without us noticing, but guess what? We noticed.
So, hi, yeah, tell us what's going on here and how long you've been here now.
What's going on here? Well, we're trying to bring attention to the fact the government are not following their words with deeds. We've been here since about 1:30, I suppose. We were loitering for quite a bit before that, but we've been here. We came in, put up the structure. The police actually pulled apart two rebels' hands, so there is someone with a damaged hand from the police ripping us apart. But the rest of us were all safe and sound and being very well looked after by our support team with water and fruit, and entertained by the music. And yeah, hopefully bringing attention to the climate crisis and the government's hopeless lack of action on it.
Colourful, inspiring person I've had the privilege.
Anything else you want to say?
Anything else? Yes, anybody with time, come and join us. The government needs to be prodded as much as possible, and it's only our voices that will make them take action.
And we really need
stand up and be counted. You can do it.
All the bravery it takes to
thank you so much.
For anybody, it's intimidating, it can be scary, but we need to acknowledge the bravery of the people of colour, in particular the women of colour, who put themselves in these spaces. Spaces where, as we know, are already counted by stop and search, by racist police policies. We need to acknowledge that as a movement, as individuals, we need to stand up for our black and brown communities. We need to be allies, but not as...
So my mic is now disentangled from my face mask. Just going to see if I can get some more interviews with these amazing women protesters.
Those with less privilege, making sure that they feel safe, included, welcome. It's so incredibly important. It's what's going to hold this movement together. It's looking out for one another. Acknowledge our privilege. Not just chat about it, but doing something.
But it's so nice when I get really...
I'm trying to get interviews. Anyone here up for an interview?
Yeah, I could try.
Okay, so we've been streaming for several hours now. Would you like to have the last voice? And the finishing piece for us will be amazing. Okay, over to you.
Well, we're here because as females, we're basically not equal in society, and
we know that across the planet, with the climate emergency and the breakdown of society, it's not just the breakdown of our temperate climate and of the Holocene, we're now in the Anthropocene, we don't know what's coming next. But women and children, but in particular girls, women and girls, are at the front line of increasing violence, sexual violence. They're also the ones who are left trying to feed the children at home when there's nothing basically to eat. If you go and see what's going on in Madagascar right now, it's the women and the children that are left there starving, are basically in a great big dust bowl. So women are at the heart of this crisis. This is a women's crisis. This is an action today designed by women, intersex, non-binary and trans. Now, we need to change the system that we're in. The system that's brought us here is a matriarchal system that existed before basically this capitalist system and the system that was driven forward by colonialism and the Christian church. There was a matriarchal system where we were in touch with Mother Nature, where we were in balance, where we used the medicines and the plants. We all had that knowledge. It's been ripped from us, just like the connection to our own menstruation and the connection to our wombs. Instead of feeling like proud of being women and menstruating, we get made to feel like it's shameful or it's dirty or something like that. So there's a big shift that has to happen right now. There's no more time to wait. So if you're watching this, you're not taking action yet, you need to step forward into your femininity, men and women, because we're in an unbalanced system of toxic masculinity and patriarchy. So you need to embrace the femininity to find this balance and come join us. We're making circles today. Circular anything is female, right? So it's about coming together in a circle, stepping into our femininity, because that's the only way we can lead.
Any message to people watching this live stream?
Well, thank you for watching. Share it, get involved. You've got time to come and get involved. You've got time to come and join us. This is for you. This is your rebellion, just as it is mine and everyone else here. It's the rebellion of all people that think they've got no power. It's an absolute lie. We have power. As soon as we come together, we're strong. So get involved.
Thank you so much. Here in Oxford Circus, I think they're going to be here for several hours yet.
Let there be no doubt about it. We are not all in the same boat. There is no equality in this existential planetary crisis. There is no justice in the climate and ecological crisis. Climate crisis is injustice. Climate crisis is inequality. Climate crisis is white supremacy. Climate crisis is patriarchy. Climate crisis is racism. Climate crisis is sexism. Climate crisis is adultism. Climate crisis is ableism. Climate crisis is racial injustice. Climate crisis is social injustice. Climate chaos divides us between the haves and have-nots, between the rich and poor, between the black and white, between the disabled and able-bodied, between the privileged and underprivileged. There is no unity in the climate and ecological crisis. There are those who run to higher ground and those left behind. Unless you see this, unless you see me, unless your fight is bound with mine, unless my survival is your survival, unless my children are your children, unless my air is your air, unless my land is your land, unless my life is your life, unless my future and your future is their future, unless their future is all that matters, all is lost.
The climate crisis
There's a crisis for women.
I grew up here around brick and concrete, busy roads, gridlock. I'm 40 years old now and nothing's changed.
The government has told us to prepare for a 4-degree warmer world. I don't think the public knows or understands. That means extinction, it means the end of everything. Start listening and start telling the truth, because the blood is on your hands.
We never know what consequences our actions will take, but never underestimate your actions.